Hi, everyone. Tatiana's got her hair caught in her tiara. I should put my tiara on. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another costumeco live stream. This one is going to be about the latest episode, 2.7, the Red Sowing. So we have lots to talk about. Alicia's going to be here shortly, hopefully. And but in the meantime, I have my lovely two other guests here. We've got Rebecca, Shadowcat Becks, and Tatiana. Do you guys want to say hello?
Sup? Question before we start: do you hear an echo, or are you good? God damn it!
No, do you have headphones?
The thing is, I tried like cordless headphones, but the Bluetooth is not doesn't connect for some reason.
Yeah.
And the corded ones are not here. I left them in New York, and I'm waiting for my friend to bring me my jacket where they are. Sorry, because like I don't have any other headphones for them. Sorry.
Yeah. Then maybe just mute yourself when you're not talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Tatiana, why don't we start with you? Just introduce yourselves. I'll mute myself while you're talking, man.
Okay. Hi. So I'm Tatiana Melendez. If you'll don't be new, I'm a friend of Heidi's. I'm an amateur costume designer who is actually getting work for costume design. So woo. First, I helped design some costumes for the play that I'm at right now, and now they want me to actually be the official costume designer for the movie they're doing after the play. So I'm gonna be designing costumes for a movie. Woo. So that's fun. I am gonna try something. I think I'm gonna try using my phone instead of my tablet so that I can actually use the cordless headphones so that the echo doesn't, So just give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. 1 second.
All right. And then my other lovely guest is Rebecca. Hi, Bex. How are you? And she was saying she's wearing this beautiful caftan. It's sort of like Mrs. Roper.
I'm going full Roper tonight.
Yeah.
Although I don't know how long, because it's actually hotter than you think.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, because it's polyester.
And it has sort of a celestial,
yes, it has
feels
all
very constellations. Exactly.
There's the crab.
Awesome. What is your astrological sign anyway?
I'm a Libra.
Oh, you're the balance.
I'm a Libra sun, Libra rising, Cancer moon.
Yeah.
And then Scorpio.
What Scorpio rising?
No, Scorpio, Mars, Scorpio, Venus,
okay.
Scorpio, Uranus, Virgo, Mercury.
Wow, you know a lot. Way more than I do.
Don't even get me started.
Okay, we'll have to talk about that after. You also read tarot.
Yes.
I just want to say hi to everybody. So Naturals here. Hello. And we have Lean is here. Slim Jim. Is it Slim Jim? Yeah.
The slimmest Jim.
The slimmest Jim. Sorry, I have a glare on my glasses. Lodi V. Tatiana, have you tried to mute while you're not speaking? Yes. Okay. Well, she's going to try something and come back. And Peter Griffin's here. Hi, Peter. Hello. He was here on our when we were on AK stream. Yes. Mara Jade Starkwalker. Hello. And Slimmest Jim says, I've been loving costume reviews of HOTD and can't wait to see the video on 2.7. Yes. The dresses are amazing. Absolutely. Okay, I'm working on that. I was just telling Rebecca that I've been really pooped. So I'm this House of the Dragon season thing is exhausting me. But anyway, we're here tonight to talk about the latest episode. It's not going to just be about costumes. We're just going to talk about, stories, characters, where we're heading. But before we do, I just want to mention, Rebecca, you know this, I'm sure. There was a leak. So we won't touch on any of that. If you guys have seen it, don't mention anything.
I have not seen anything of the leak.
Oh, here she is.
So I saw that there was a leak, but I have not seen it.
And I'm back.
Yeah.
Does it sound better?
Yeah, it does.
So far.
Hallelujah.
No echo.
Woo.
No echo.
Woo.
Ooh, look at those beautiful headphones.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Bex, I didn't get you to let you introduce yourself. I was talking.
Yeah. Hi. I'm Shadowcat Becks, aka Rebecca. I'm also a friend of Heidi, and I'm film television editor, mostly working in unscripted television these days. And yeah, I love nerdy stuff. So very happy to be here.
Oh yeah, we love nerd stuff.
I do have to say, our last stream when we did like the 2 episodes, because I was at my parents' place and I was on my mom's lanai, and like there are no doors. So she was listening to the whole thing and she's like, "You're really invested in this show."
Oh gosh.
How can you not be? I mean,
I know.
girl.
Well, none of my family are into any of this stuff. Like
No.
my husband is, but none of my family. Like my parents.
Oh, my dad is.
Siblings. Oh really? Yes.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
we back when Game of Thrones was still airing, we had like this little
Hi Mark.
oh my god, this little like ritual or habit that we would all watch the episode together in my dad's bedroom because he has like the big TV. Like literally for the show's finale, I was working and I literally got off the exact hour that the show began. I was like, shit, I need to get out. I was like a cage. I was get out of this restaurant. Oh my god! And this was before I had my car, so I called Uber like 20 minutes before just to make sure that it gets here on time. And I was like, step on it, and they stepped on it, and I literally got. It usually is like a 50-minute drive from my job then to my house. We got there in like under 10 minutes. I think we might have broken a few laws.
Wow.
I was like, ah! And I was like, oh my god! And you can hear my dad from the bedroom. Go, hurry up! I'm like, tell me what it is. Nothing, because literally the first 10 minutes were a big bunch of nothing, a bunch of sad nothing. So,
Yes,
Roger wasted.
I work my whole day around the episode. I work my whole day around it. I have to plan everything around it to make sure that I'm like, able to watch it. So anyway, well, like I was mentioning, so Alicia might be joining us. Mark, I got your package, as you know, and I haven't had a chance to open it yet and do my reactions. So that will be coming. So if you're wondering why I haven't A, opened it, or B, messaged you about it, that's why I've just been too busy. So anyway, but we're going to talk about this episode. It's I hate this word, but it's called the penultimate episode.
Uh-huh.
It's probably a Latin word or something. I hate it though. It's like
yeah, no, it's Latin because we have a word for that, penúltima in Spanish.
What do you call it?
Penúltima or penúltimo. Yes, it's the same, but with an A or an O depending on the gender.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. So, anyway, why don't we? It was funny because Bex and I were on AK's stream on Monday, and I don't even know what was going on, but we kind of like it was just we didn't really have a start. We just sort of like it was sort of in the middle. So, what I thought I would do with you guys though is maybe we'll just do a quick like, what are your thoughts on the episode? I know some people weren't as crazy about it, like. Or actually maybe they were like I thought it was better than some people did, but why don't we go around? You can tell us your thoughts, but Bex, we could start with you. I sound like a rambling idiot here.
I really enjoyed the episode. Like I had a lot of fun. Like the dragons were just so great. I mean, like I can maybe see some of the action feeling like maybe a little bit lopsided because like it was so dragon heavy at the end. But I mean, I thought the episode flowed well. I thought, all the acting was great. It was great to like really see like Hugh and Ulf kind of like have like their moments, even though the moments were clearly very different. But no, I had fun. I still think episode 6 is my favorite, which that's the one that's really divisive.
Okay. Yeah, what about you, Tatiana? What did you think of it? Oh, that one's Small Folk. Yeah, what did you think?
Honestly, I enjoyed it like a lot. Not as much as like episode 2 because episode 2 was like peak, and episode 4 is rainy.
Mhm.
But for it being because I know Game of Thrones had this scene that the penultimate episode was at the big climactic something, be it Harrenhal, Battle of the Bastards, Battle of Blackwater Bay, what have you. But this, considering there's only 8 episodes and not 10, I mean, the Red Sowing, I think was pretty climactic, honestly. Even if it wasn't like huge battle, and honestly, that the Red Sowing was so much fucking fun because if I felt like I was inside a video game. I felt like I was inside. I was one of the small folk in God of War Ragnarok, just screaming for their lives while the end of the war is happening around them. And may I say, Verbasaur, he has my heart. He is beautiful. And he's like, woo! Snackies! Yay! Motherfucking snacky! Yum! And woo! Roasted.
Yep.
Oh, and Silverwing is so pretty. I love her. You know what? We need to take Silverwing, Dreamfire, and Helena, and just take them all, put them in Essos where they can be protected forever, and let nothing bad happen to them, like, ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everybody else can go fuck themselves, but, like, ever. Oh, and also, oh my god, Rhaenyra's fucking red dress. She I will say this, and I must shout it to the heavens. This is the motherfucking dress that Daenerys who had deserved to have by the finale of Game of fucking Thrones. I will not apologize to anyone for that. I am telling the truth, and you'll know it. That is the dress you needed to have, because it was so goddamn fucking good. Imagine Daenerys with that fucking dress and a motherfucking crown. Oh, what could have been? What could have been? I'm sad now. But it was so good.
Yeah.
Are they blood veins that are on her
Yes.
dress?
Yes. They are.
She's
really
become
good.
bloody, and I love it.
Yeah.
She's become, and I saw a video. I don't remember from. I think it was Charles D or one of the many analysts of the episode, where it says that she's becoming more righteous in her cause, and therefore she's becoming more dangerous. And I'm like, yeah.
Mhm.
See, this is called character progression. It might be slow compared to like say Game of Thrones, but it's there. I'm like, yeah.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, we were talking about that. It's like this whole episode, like, we have, like, is all about, like, blood sacrifice, like the blood sacrifice at the weirwood, like the sacrifice of all the dragon seeds. I mean, I know that might not really fit for Silverwing, but even like Seasmoke got his blood sacrifice before he went off and got his man, got his man's. But yeah, I also like totally agree that she's becoming very self-righteous. She's developing like a god complex. You know, there's a lot of I'm really interested to see like how that character is going to grow or develop, you know, and how much difference. I know we're not going to talk too much about book stuff, but I think they're really going to do her justice, both with her book portrayal and then what they did to Daenerys.
And one more thing. Can we all just raise a motherfucking glass for our newest homeboy, Mr. Oscar, the motherfucking King, Tully? He played Damon like a leer. He played that Uno reverse card on that motherfucker, and it was glorious. It was glorious. I was like, oh, you want our armies? You want your war? He is your most faithful follower. Kill his ass. Yes, justice. I was so happy.
if I don't get like a shot of Oscar Tully like on a horse, like a la Lyanna Mormont, like right before Battle of Bastards, where he's just like,
Oh,
There was
honey,
actually-
we need to like send Lyanna Mormont. We need to send Lyanna Mormont back in time, or Oscar follow forward in time, so they can meet and they can like fall for each other and they can get married, and then they will rule the Seven Kingdoms because yes.
Actually, there is a shot of him. I did a screen grab of Oscar just kind of wearing a cute little helmet. He has this like, he's on a horse with a cute little helmet at the beginning before he goes into the castle. He's kind of adorable. Okay, well, let's start with some points here then. Jeps is saying Oscar and Lyanna would have been friends.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
I don't think she should get
absolutely.
married, though, to be honest with you. I think Lyanna should stay.
She will need heirs, but like I think Oscar will like be down for like some female power. I think he'd be down for it.
Okay, so let's start off the episode at the beginning. So we have, we left off the episode with Rhaenyra. She found out that there's, Seasmoke is out there, and someone's seen a rider on it. It got back to her, so she just sort of like hops on her dragon. First, she does a costume change first, by the way. She doesn't like. She's not like Aemon, who just basically jumps out the window and drops on a horse, right?
No, he said Seasmoke can wait. I need to look good.
I need to go have my hair done and my makeup and my outfit and my boots.
Like, yeah, the world freezes over.
Exactly. So anyway,
like symbols of power, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're on the beach, and she sort of kind of wants to know who he is and what his motives are. First off, did you find it strange that, I guess like Corlys doesn't really talk about what he's doing when he goes down to the docks or whatever it's called. I call it the construction site. I'm not sure what the proper name is.
They're dry docks.
They're dry docks. Yeah.
Which is basically like boat yards.
A boat yard, exactly.
Like
so he goes down there. Some people were saying that has been a bit boring. How do you guys feel about that, by the way?
I am not happy with like the whole Corlys story right now. Like both this episode and the prior episode, like, we haven't seen him have a conversation with Rhaenyra at all. And all of a sudden, like, he's hand of the king. And I do understand the argument, like, she brought him in so he could, like, deal with the bullshit that, she couldn't get through. But she's so, and I also understand, like, she's holed up with Mysaria. But, I mean, first off, how is he going back and forth between Dragonstone and Driftmark so quick?
What's the distance?
I mean,
it's not that far. It's farther. They're like right next to each other. It will probably take like maybe like half an hour boat ride.
I mean, it's still like, like they play fast and loose with the timeline where, like, I think like a few things might have been done out of order, or like they, probably like reshuffled things in the edit. But I'm just like, I feel like, maybe like they're saving it up, and maybe like Rhaenyra and Mysaria are like much more an important relationship to develop, but he just seems like so, kind of
without purpose. Without purpose, basically.
Yeah.
Like I honestly, I do agree with you on that. I do think there needs to be a conversation between Rhaenyra and Corlys, because I mean, not what I don't know from the books. He like publicly condemns her and blames her for his wife's death. He's still in mourning. It feels like they had like this one episode to mourn, and he be sad and shit, and then he's like, okay, well, back to work, and it's like, no, girl.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, I think like the very smallest explanation I can kind of give is that maybe Rhaenyra is avoiding being with him in private because she does feel guilty for this. But that's just like that's just me headcanoning. It's probably not real.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this on AK stream on Monday, and it's like, I get that, but it's also like, I want to see tension between them. Because right now there's nothing between them.
Yeah.
So if that's like the reason, like I just don't I mean,
Well,
like it's
yeah.
a way to fill in like the plot holes, which like
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, talking about plot holes, you know how to successfully resolve Laner being the dragon rider of Seasmoke problem? Ignore it completely. Laner who?
Yeah, the other thing I was
We
going
don't
to say
know her.
is that instead of Rhaenyra going and talking to Corlys directly, she sent Lena to, or not Lena, sorry, she
Bela.
sent Bela
Bela.
to talk to him and ask him. Like, she didn't even go herself. Which, I mean, you know, I guess she feels like she can't leave. But so, and then like you say, and then he sort of arrives and there's no conversation. So I don't know. I wonder sometimes in the writer's room if they're like, or maybe it's in the edit, they say, Rebecca, like you would know better that this, if maybe this was shot and then they were like, okay, we have to cut some of this out. But it seems to me, as other people are saying, there could definitely be other things that could have been cut, like
I
like
get
the Alicent stuff, for instance.
Oh, I mean, I just don't think it's actually there, because like that first time he actually arrives at the small council, at the Black Council, like they exchange a look and it's kind of like, it's like, okay, we're cool. Like I don't think they're building that up. I think like they just have Corlys out on his island until, and like kind of like in this weird like purgatory, like between like, you know, whether or not he's going to acknowledge like these two sons.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think like that's all they're concerned about with Corlys right now.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah.
sorry, I had like, I think I took this off into another area, but so regarding the scene on the beach, first off, can I just say, and I asked Justin about this, that when I was watching it streaming, for some reason it was really bleached out. Did you guys have that experience? Did it look really washed out?
Yeah, like, but it was also like the actual weather that they had.
No, because I went and I watched it again.
Oh, that was just like overexposed.
It was overexposed, and then I went back and rewatched it, and then when I watched the behind the scenes, I was like, oh no, it looks normal here. So I was like wondering if it might have been my streaming service up in Canada. But there were scenes in when anytime they were outdoors, it was oversaturated, like over bleached, overexposed. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
so you didn't have that experience.
I like there was like a slightly different quality of the color correct, which I noticed more at Harrenhal.
Yes, exactly.
Like, you know, and maybe, you know, like whether or not, you know, like they don't do like the traffic of it all, where, you know, it's like we're gonna make this scene like really yellow and then these scenes really blue. Like the movie Traffic, where they were like to help like really differentiate between like the different locations they were at and the different storylines. But I did feel in this episode there was something slightly different in the color correct, and I think I noticed it a little bit more in Harrenhal. Like everything looked fine. It didn't look like totally like overexposed, but like Harrenhal, it was really like, it was brighter, really contrasty.
Yeah.
And
because I know Ryan's talked about trying to brighten things up. Like he mentioned that he has he had it like him and Miguel Sapochnik like have a slightly different take on, you know, Miguel loves things dark and he loves that, you know, the rich inky blacks, whereas Ryan's like, no, I think he's more like us, like a fan, or I think like us, like majority of the viewers, and keeping in mind that we're all watching on different devices. Some people are watching on their phones, but I was just surprised at this episode because I went back and I checked another episode and I was like, why does this episode seem like a little bit more washed out than usual?
Yeah, I think, you know, it was funny when you were talking with David last week, and he was talking about like, you know, this season feels a little inconsistent. I agree with him, where it's not like the writing and the storytelling, it's like the actual visuals. You know, like it seems like every director has like their own little take and style and spin, which, like, you know, in some I think are done better than others, but you know, I think that's where like some of the inconsistencies are happening this season. I haven't watched the whole season, like the season as a whole, but you know, like
this is Lonnie Perister.
Yeah, and I think this is the only episode he directed.
Okay,
and
so I'm
I
not
liked
familiar
it.
with
And
them.
then last week, the guy who I can't
I've
remember
got it
his
here.
name.
Andrej?
Yes,
Perrick?
Andre. Yeah.
Andre. Sorry, it's a silent J. Andre
Yeah.
Parrish?
he
Perrick?
yeah, his like I even saw like different, like he even treated like the Harrenhal like dream sequences a little differently. Like he had
Yeah.
like this like, you know, defocus like in the corners of the lens. There was a little bit more distortion. Like so everyone's kind of coming with like their own unique vision, which like I like to see, but I can also see like on the whole, like as people are watching it episode by episode where it's like things are going to stand out like that. But yeah, I did think like the color was different this episode, but it wasn't like, it didn't look like wrong to me, like where it was so, you know, but it was very contrasty. It was a lot more contrasty than we're used to.
Yeah. And I know, yeah, because I watched the behind the scenes. So the beach scene, which I thought was really beautiful, you know, because I don't know if anyone's been to a beach like that, where it's just like just very deep, wide sand like that, like deep. But apparently they were having like really bad weather that day. So, you know, that's always difficult when you're shooting, but I think it really lent to it.
Yeah.
But so what did you guys think of that scene? Like, what did you think of Adam?
I'm honestly just glad to be able to actually see the costumes. To actually see the detail in the costumes. I love her shoulder shit. I love the shoulder her looks full because I actually saw it. I could almost cry.
The people who did the embroidery this season must, like, we've had Cast of Hex on who did a lot of the embroidery. The people who did the embroidery this season must have to go for massage therapy, because there's so much embroidery in the show this season. Like, it's more than I think I've ever seen in any season of even Game of Thrones.
Well, I want to say that because there was a shit ton of embroidery in Game of Thrones just for Cersei alone.
That was over several years, though. Like, Rhaenyra has about 12 outfits. Usually in a season, there would only be like 3 outfits per principal character. And some of them
but there will be quite a few characters. The thing is, this is a smaller cast. Mm-hmm. It's not like a cast of thousands, because there's not just there's for Cersei, there's for Dany, there's for Sansa, there's for Ellaria, there's for Marjorie, there's for Olenna. And so even if it's like 3 outfits per character, it's 3 outfits per many characters. So
no, but not every character has embroidery. Not every character in Game of Thrones had embroidery. Only some of the principal characters had embroidery.
At least half.
Okay, I'll have to disagree with you on that. But we'll talk about this later. Okay, we won't get into a big hash out on this. But anyway, I'm just saying that the embroidery on this, like, every outfit Rhaenyra is wearing has embroidery on it. Everyone. Like, and if it doesn't have embroidery, it's smocked. Like, it's got smocking or something. So, or beading or something like that. Or same with Alicent, like everything that she's wearing. So, the Targ ladies seem to have a new and improved battle garb now that they're flying around. Lots more reds, which I like. Yeah, you know, it's funny because, and I mentioned this in one of my videos, like, I never agreed with Michelle Clapton on this. Like, I loved her design, but I never agreed on this. She used to say that if we put Dany in red, we have no place to go. And I'm like, no, the answer is more red. We do more red, and then we do more red and more red and more red, or we do variations on the red. And the other thing she said that I definitely disagreed with is that Dany shouldn't wear a crown because she hasn't earned it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Absolutely, she earned it.
Have you not seen the Slaver's Bay?
So she gave her that chain of intent. She called it a chain of intent, like a sash, instead of giving her a crown. So I'm kind of glad that they've just said, no, that's bullshit, and just put Rhaenyra in red. Like, even if it's different variations of red, and made it even, you know, make it more grand, more regal, and give her those strong shoulders and all that. So I am very happy to see that. And I think the costumes this year, in my opinion, are like way better than last year. People might disagree with me on that. I've had people in my comments, though, still think that they look cheap, which I thought was such a weird thing to say. I'm like, okay, I don't.
Okay,
yeah,
jealous.
Sure. Whatever.
Okay,
I'm not going to agree with you on that, but that's fine. Anyway, so back to I went on that rant.
Same.
Okay, so we like that scene, and we were hoping
Look.
that. Now, what do you think about this whole idea of there's a whole thing now going on, and it's always been there, but this idea of the higher born and the lower born. I mean, this is just something throughout our culture, our society as well, our history.
Classism. Yay.
Classism. Okay, so did you want to talk a bit about that, you guys? And we can get into Jace if you want. Who was it who just said this?
He said, "Make the 7 kingdoms great again." Boom.
Yeah. It was Peter said, as the lone Jace hater in the community. I doubt that's true, Peter. I did a victory ride after the episode telling everyone, "I told you so." Well, I mean, I've been kind of like, I have to say for me, this at least made Jace a bit more compelling, because to me, he's been a bit boring. So at least they're making him a little more compelling. So what are your thoughts on all of the classism, the higher born, the lower born, who deserves to be able to ride dragons versus, it's kind of like in, they used to have sumptuary laws. You weren't allowed to wear certain colors. You weren't allowed to wear purple if you were like a lower born. You weren't allowed to wear certain types of fur, like ermine, which everyone knows is my favorite fur. So what are your thoughts on that, you guys?
I mean, I think it's also complicated in this particular episode with the whole idea that like only Targaryens can ride dragons. Like it's kind of filtered in a layer of weird like blood purity bullshit and also, kind of centered around bastards. Like I agree with you. It actually makes Jace a little bit more interesting and less of a goody-goody. Not that like that's what I want, is someone to be like, a classist dickhead in order like not to be a goody-goody, but also at the same time, like his particular like outrage like has a lot to do with like his standing and the fact that like he's a bastard and everyone knows he's a bastard, and like the only thing that legitimizes him in people's eyes is having the dragon. So it makes it very complicated. I know like we got into it big time on Monday, and let's just say like I've been rereading and listening to Fire and Blood, and I just want to give AK and I told you so when she got on, because it really like it threatens Jace's place in the line of succession. And like, if we have a conversation at some point where, Hugh like has proof that he is, or maybe we're jumping ahead too far, like, but like if Hugh has proof of his parentage, like he could actually, claim that he has a better claim to the throne than Jace does, just like in the line of succession, even though like, that didn't work out in the Great Council the first time around when Sarah's bastards came and tried to make their claim. But still, like, I think that's a lot more what Jace was kind of going for. And it's like we were saying like before, it's like that was a lot of his projection. But
he used the word mongrels, right? Which is a very, very derogatory term.
Oh, absolutely. And no, he's a little prick. Like, like again, like mediocre white, like rich Nepo baby bullshit.
Yeah.
But,
I have to say, by the way, just having watched an interview with Trump yesterday, I'm sorry if there's any yet. That
one at the Black journalist
isn't that like, how crazy is that? Like, as we were joking about 23andMe and all this, like on Monday, I was saying, oh, maybe everyone should just get 23andMe to see, okay, who's what. But isn't that crazy? Like, so, and this episode, I mean, this series, I mean, they had no idea. I mean, possibly maybe they're looking at real world politics, but the fact that we have that being, questioned, someone's culture, and or that if you vote for a woman, you'll turn trans or something like that.
Oh yeah. Like, but Trump pulled the same bullshit with Obama.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's, I mean, it is, I don't know, like they're not exactly like, 100% parallel, but
yeah.
I don't know. Like,
sorry, I'm losing my cram.
crap, I lost my train of thought.
Oh, that's okay. No, I was just talking about the parallels between this show, like calling like Succession into question.
I guess like my big thing about it, because I'm not necessarily like a big Targaryen fan to start with, and like there's something like, and it's the point of the Targaryens, like there's something like really gross and icky about like their blood purity shit that, you know, is like on a level of its own, where it's, you know, even like I like Daenerys, but it's like I don't like the Targaryens, so she was like at the bottom of my list. Like I still say the best Targaryen ever is Stannis Baratheon. Like, fight me. It's not true. Now
until he burns his daughter.
Yeah.
Well, hey, that hasn't happened in the books yet, so reserving judgment.
There's a thing. Yeah, there's a thing called Natural's referring to Elizabeth Warren. There's a thing called Pretendian where you.
And that's also like a very complicated thing that goes back for generations, especially like in the South, like where, you know, I'll get lost in the sauce if I like try to go into details, but like that's unfortunately like people have been thinking for generations like they have, you know, native blood, which it's probably used to hide the fact that they probably more likely have, you know, African ancestry, and it became like a very weird thing, you know. So like I do think that there's generations of people who had no idea like the racist background where that came from. And also like, you know, before like Ancestry and 23andMe and all that stuff. And even like that is hard because like they apparently haven't like, they don't have like good enough like samples with like indigenous people in like North America. That's a whole nother conversation that is kind of bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's interesting. The Targaryens, like, you know, we're talking about race, and I mean, are they not like sort of a de facto Aryan race?
Yeah, exactly.
People, you know, blonde. I mean, they don't have blue eyes, but they have purple eyes. And they're very fair. And so, and they believe that they have a calling from God, that they've been given this divine right, I suppose. But although some people are saying that's propaganda. That's what David and I were chatting about.
Yeah. Like, you know, there's a lot, you know, to question, especially with the dragon riders. And like in the books, it makes a lot of sense. Like, you know, it's like, well, is it really Targaryen blood? Is it really like the blood of old Valyria? And, you know, and if we're not going to get nettles, then that's kind of, you know, a question. Like, I don't think like the show is like really, because like it's a question that's never going to get answered. Like, unless they make it so that Ulf says like, I know all like my grandparents, my great grandparents, none of them were Targaryens. Like, unless like there's something with Ulf where he admits like there ain't nothing in my background that's Targaryen. You know.
Well, I mean, I think we were talking about Alicia's channel that it was really interesting with Ulf, because it sounds like, for instance, if we have Hugh, he knows who his mother was, whereas Ulf seems to be kind of unsure where the Targaryen, and he's been told this story, or he's heard this story that he's using as a grift or something.
I don't think like, I think he's just like, he's got like light enough hair, and I think he's a bullshitter. Like the minute they were like, this is happening, you need to go, he was like, no. I don't think in any ounce of Ulf actually ever believed that he was Targaryen.
Okay, so he's just doing it to go to the pub and get drink spot. Tatiana, what do you think? What do you think either about the, you know, the Targaryen being the white supremacists that they are, or?
Well, I mean, they are.
Yeah.
Just they come from the Rome. They come from the Roman Empire. Of course, they are. But I would say probably maybe magic, maybe dragon blood, but I think basically Jace, Hugh, Ulf, Luke, may he rest in peace, Joffrey, they all like even Vale and Rhaena, even though they're both Valyrian on both sides of the family, they are proof positive that the Targaryen blood doesn't need to be pure. Doesn't
Right.
need you don't need to do incest necessarily to get dragon blood and to drive the dragons. And we don't know where half of these come from. Like, it's really cool when we hear about Hugh, and apparently Balon the Brave is Ulf's dad. Who knew? But I don't know if it's just him bragging or not, but like something in him is capable of taming this beautiful grand nuke bomb. Yeah. So maybe I don't know. Maybe Silverwing was just lonely, and she saw this cute little adorable idiot, and she needed someone to mother. Maybe that's it.
I heard one fun, like, silly theory where it's like, well, maybe like good Queen Alicent was like a drunk, and like like Ulf was drunk, and so that's like hilarious. Like Silverwing's like, hey, I recognize that smell. Where like everyone's like, Vermithor is like, I recognize that smell. Where she's like, ooh, are you drinking wine? I love wine. So many good TikToks, like, like the difference between Vermithor and Silverwing.
Yeah, well, someone was saying that the P word, is it plinth? The plinth.
Yeah, it's plinth.
The plinth. We couldn't remember the name of the platform. It's the plinth. I mean, the plinth. It sounds like something out of The Princess Bride. Yeah. They were saying that that he was knocked off the plinth by Vermithor, so maybe that rubbed off on him, and the smell from Vermithor. I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me. I think I like more what you're saying. I was thinking, because Hugh did the sort of punch the shark in the nose thing. He was the aggressor and stood his ground, whereas Ulf, sorry, I'm losing my mind here. Ulf was more kind of funny. They had different approaches. I mean, he didn't really have an approach at all. He just sort of like fell. He
entertained Alicent. Alicent was bored and lonely, and he's like, "You're cute. So I'm taking you."
And so Jeff's the same. Maybe Silverwing was bored.
I like Ulf is like the ultimate example of like failing upward.
Yeah.
I
love that.
Well, no. Krispy Kreme is the ultimate example of failing upward. Girl, let's get this straight.
By the way, wasn't it great that he wasn't in the episode?
Oh my god, it was so refreshing. He spent next week.
I didn't realize until someone mentioned it after, and I was like, oh, that's why it was such a nice episode.
Yeah. We didn't have that nice guy being wafted around.
It kind of drove me crazy because every time they would come out with new pictures for the episode, like 3 or 4 would always be of him. And I'm like, why do you keep taking pictures of him and sharing them? First off, he's in the same outfit every episode, so I don't care, right? Unless there's a different outfit, I don't want to see it. But also like 3 or 4 of him, and then other characters who I do want to see, no pictures of them. What's that all about?
It's never what you want. It's never what you want.
I know. Maybe the scent of what I'm having glare here. I mean, here, let me close this here. Make it smaller so I don't have so much light. Maybe the scent of what Zulo stepped in rubbed off on him, and Silverwing was like, nice scent.
When Ulf stepped in like the sack of eggs.
A sack of eggs.
Yeah.
I originally thought that he would be mad.
That's what
that's what I thought.
Yeah, I think that's what the misdirect was like about. Mm-hmm. Like, it's like, oh shit, like I fucked up.
Yep.
Honestly, I think she was mad at the beginning, but then he was so goddamn pathetic. I was like, oh, you're just a dumbass. You just dumb little shit. Okay, that's fine.
And Silverwing also seems to be quite a bit smaller. I was trying to figure out the whole thing with the dragons. So, like, size-wise, I mean, you guys know more than I don't really have much of a clue on the dragons, but the Vermithor seems to be quite large. And then is Silverwing quite a bit smaller? Because, like, when he was flying it, Ulf was flying.
Well, Vermithor is the second largest dragon after Vhagar.
Okay.
But Silverwing should be up there in size. Like, Silverwing.
Phyllis. Phyllis, you shut your mouth. I'm just kidding you. He's not eye candy. He's what is he? He's Krispy Kreme.
Eyesore.
Eyesore. That. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Tatiana.
Yeah, maybe just watch him with the volume off and no context at all whatsoever. Then he's eye candy.
No context, cool. No, and I'm not insulting the actor. The actor is very handsome.
The actor is great. I will write his face till the dawn. But the character can go fuck himself with an axe.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And not the stick. The knife.
Okay, so did we want to talk a bit about what is it? Oh, this is a very small scene. I don't even know if we talked about this on AK's stream. Did we talk about Larys and Maester Orwell with Aegon and getting him out of bed?
Yeah.
Oh, we did a bit, right? Would you want to talk a bit about that?
And Jasper and him like gossiping, like maybe not tell him anything. It's fine. And in the background, seeing Aemon sending Aegon's buddies to the wall, that was like kind of funny to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they like strip their cloaks off.
Like
yeah. And so what did you guys think of like first off, what do you think Larys is up to?
Well, he hates Aemon because Aemon can be easily controlled like Aegon is. So his best bet is to get Aegon back on his feet and back on that throne. Yeah, he don't. He. Let's be real. Larys holds grudges. He's the type to hold the grudge. He's the little finger of HOTD. Of course, he holds a grudge.
You think that's all it is? He just wants to be the hand of Aegon? That's it.
He wants power. He wants to be hand.
No,
I also think like at this point, like everyone's so scared of Aemon.
Mm-hmm.
And like Aemon's made it very clear like what he thinks of Larys. So it's like, he's also probably in like survival mode.
That too.
Yeah. Because like Aemon is definitely not magnanimous by any stretch of the imagination. Even like sending those Kingsguard to the wall, which hey, they never should have been Kingsguards.
Yeah, they weren't qualified. Yeah,
but
honestly, I thought the crowd had killed them. To be honest, like, wait, how did they get out of there?
They did kill one of them.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So three of them, I
they
think.
killed one of them, and he was the one that like messed up the whole thing and like kind of like made it work. He's the one that chopped the hand off. The one that chopped the hand off, and then like the other two, weren't as bumbling as that guy was, but like they suck. Like they're terrible and they never should have been appointed. But
I wonder if the guy that was killed by the people was the same idiot that was like just staring at the ceiling during one of the council meetings. I was like, oh,
I think he was the same one that was like sitting when when Aemon when
Kristen when Krispy Kreme
when he like
I'm actually kind of surprised that his buddies became Kingsguards because a couple of reasons. One is technically they're not knights. You have to be knighted to be a knight. Like they were lords, and also once you become a Kingsguard, you have to be celibate. You can't be married. You can't.
And they were going
land. You can't. You can't party. So I'm thinking, well, I don't know what Aegon would have offered them to say, hey, do you want to come and be my Kingsguard? Because it's not really that attractive.
They just assumed we're
Nepo Knights.
yeah. Or like I like History of Westeros calls them the Drinkingsguard.
Yeah, the Drinkingsguard. Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like technically,
I mean, like
it's a difficult job.
They just always like didn't think like those rules applied to them. And even at one point, like in Aemon clearly, or I'm sorry, Aegon clearly, like he's like, I gotta do what I want. They gotta do, I mean, he had them on a thread too, because I'm sure like it had Aegon, stay healthy and unburnt. At some point, like he would be just as like volatile. Like he can be at a brothel with them one day, and then the next day he'd be like, "Oh, you're supposed to be celibate," and we all knew that the Kingsguard, like.
Well, I mean, I know, but like, I
Thank
mean,
you.
obviously, a lot of people aren't doing that. But like, for all intents and purposes,
Right.
you know, you're supposed to show
Yeah.
that. But
Yeah.
also, we were saying, I think there's only 12 Kingsguards, so there always
No,
has
there's
to
only
be
7.
7. Okay, so there you go. So there's only 7, and we were like, I think we were talking about this last time. Most of them are dead, so or sent to the wall, or you know, because Rhaenyra took some. The twins are gone now, right?
Right.
And then Cole
And
is
Stefan.
Stefan, and then Cole is
So basically, she
gone.
literally has like one
So
Kingsguard.
there's
That's all.
yeah. So it's so then they're relying on the
Well,
Targaryen
But
guards.
what Aegon did was like he like filled up his Kingsguard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so like that's why like those 3 idiots were put on. You know, just because it's like all right, because Rhaenyra had 3.
Yes, and
She
then
had
2
3.
of them are dead now. She only has 1.
Right.
Lord Marvin, yeah.
Yeah.
And then although we still don't know what happened to the guy from Outlander.
Yeah. So
Like
if
the
you're,
original Kings, like the original Lord.
oh
Commander.
yeah, you're right.
Oh,
We don't know
where the
anything
hell
about-
is he, by the way? What's doing?
Yeah, if you have "Sir" at the beginning of your name, it means you've been knighted. Because even Rhaenyra was saying that she could. Oh, sorry, forget it. Never mind what I just said there.
I mean, like Jaime Lannister was knighted and made Kingsguard like within like
Very
A
quick.
few seconds.
moments, if not like a couple
Yeah.
of days. Like you know, like
Yeah.
he gained his knighthood and like Ares snatched him up to piss off Tywin.
Is FL Florida hot?
It's called
Or is it flaming
AU
hot?
is still going full roper.
Oh.
Oh,
She
honey.
was saying her captain.
I'm
was,
right
like,
there with you.
polyester.
Yeah.
I'm not there with you. Puerto Rico is also hot, but we at least have a lot of rain today.
Westerling, yes, thank you.
But it's
Westerling.
hot. Well,
Yeah. What
And
happened to him? We
AU
don't
I
even
made
know
it
what
back
happened
to
to him.
New
He didn't
York.
get sacked or anything, right?
No, he
he went with Laenor, didn't you know? He just went with Laenor to the land of the
I know.
Froden.
there
Okay.
you go. Mystery solved.
So did we want to talk about okay, then we have Mysaria tells Rhaenyra to search for Targaryen dragon seeds. So yeah, we have this little weird okay, I don't even know what you call this, where you have it's almost like broken telephone. Like you got like one. Well, it wasn't broken telephone, but they have like one person passes off, like passes the baton or passes the secret off, and then the next person. What's that technique called? It feels like something out of like a murder
Telephone?
mystery. Is it like telephone? It's just like you're, you know, they're trying to get the messages to the different people and out there.
Yeah.
So I guess it's through Mysaria's network. But what I thought was weird is she used Alan was involved in it.
Well,
Like,
Corlys, like they got Corlys involved in it.
Yes. Okay. 'cause
Corlys
he's
is the one that like he initially like he goes and he informs Alan, you know, like, oh, guess who is Seasmoke's dragon rider?
Mhm.
And then
Your brother.
and then
Yes,
like
great
they
point.
kind of like washed away like whatever that mystery is, even though like logically like there's Targaryen blood in their family.
Yeah, in the Valerian.
There's just been like enough marriages at some point. So like them like kind of you know kind of like being like, oh, it must be your mother who, you know.
Yeah, maybe your mom was a dragon seed. Ah.
You know, so
But
whatever.
at the
Like,
same
that
time,
was-
they're saying that I've read, you know, you're a book reader, Bex. So the Valarians also are from Old Valyria. So perhaps they
I mean
have
that's what
some,
he
you
said,
know,
but they're not dragon riders.
they're not dragon riders.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're
so
not,
Dad's
like-
not a dragon rider.
But
But
they came over at the same time as the Targaryens, so they also escaped the Doom. And like they've been intermarrying, like that family's been intermarrying. Like, you know, like not as
Thanks,
much.
Carl.
Like they probably don't let, you know, girls go there as often to like, you know, if they're like big concern about like the bloodlines. But, you know, like I mean, like Aegon the Conqueror's mother was a Valerian. You know, it just stands to reason like they've been intermarried enough. But whatever. Like they've
But
just
Jeps
decided,
makes a good point. Says, I think Seasmoke smells similar blood to Laenor. I mean, that makes sense to me. They're half brothers.
But if like that similar blood is like non-dragon blood, you know,
That's true.
I mean, it's almost like I wonder how much like we get so caught up in it. But anywho, so like they're just like blowing past like, oh, it can't come from the Valerians. Like it's their mom, and he poses it to Alan, and Alan's like, no thanks, I'm seeing smoke.
Yeah.
Getting that, and then it's like kind of like, wait, has like Corley's not like thought like, oh, these are like my heirs? Like, I don't like they're kind of botching Corley's storyline.
And he only has one costume this season, which I think it's
That's
a nice
annoying.
costume.
But you finally got to see it this episode, because like they launched up.
But now Alan's dressing like him. They're dressing. He's like mini me. He's in his similar, because he got a promotion. You remember?
Right.
Alan got a promotion even though he didn't want it.
He wanted it.
And yeah, so he's seeing smoke, and Vale is fire and blood.
Right.
Or what does she call herself? So yeah, we have these fire and blood. Anyway, so we had the drag, we had my sorry with actually Carl said.
I will say one thing that does annoy me about the costuming is Elinda's red cloak.
Yeah.
It annoys me. Because it's like, bitch, do you know how fast in real life you will be caught? Just look for the woman in red, and you'll be caught in seconds. I would have preferred that costume to be blue. It will be like pretty enough to like stand her out, but not so much that she's literally like a red beacon. It's annoying.
Like bright yellow.
Yeah.
Like so no.
Basically. Just make it orange. Just make it flaming orange.
In my video, I said, okay, I'm not really sure why she's in red, because it sticks out like a sore thumb, when most of the small folk are in kind of muted, more like kind of earthy colors, right? And then she's wearing that bright red cloak. And then also the Dragon Man's like, she also has her house sigil on there. She had like on her gown. But it was weird because like in season 1, which this is the other thing I thought was super weird, because she's a handmaiden and she's wearing a servant uniform, and the servant uniform's red, and then the red keep switched to green. But because she's working for Rhaenyra, she's Rhaenyra's handmaiden, she had her in her house colors. But then I'm like, okay, that's fine. But then your cover up, like you said, could have been golden yellow, or it could have been green, or something like, even at least Rhaenyra had the sense to wear the septa, yeah, and then she had a cloak over it. So it was just kind of like
why couldn't you like just borrow the septa outfit? She still had it when she came back.
They needed us to visually follow it.
I think that's why. But that's why I think if they had got like a color similar to like series in the Witcher series coat in season 1, blue. If that blue, it's bright enough to like see it, but to like make it clear to the audience who she is and where she is, but not so bright that it like takes away, like makes her too obvious to everyone else. Yeah,
so I thought it was really strange. What spy would wear a red cloak somewhere in that? Yeah. So but no, I was gonna say Carl was saying here, which I thought was really interesting, because people were saying telephone or grapevine, but he says they call it Chinese whispers in Britain. I thought that was really interesting for when like the network, like Chinese whispers. I don't know. Okay, so do we want to talk about Damon? I know a lot of people are frustrated. I personally am not. Like, a lot of people are so angry, and I don't think this is like nobody that I have talked to, but this is like Reddit people who are really angry about how long Damon has been at Harrenhal. I actually have found it to be a really fascinating arc, and he's kind of he's got some interesting people around him, obviously, like Sir Simon Strong, who's fabulous.
And his costume, I don't know if it was a new costume or we just managed to see it in the light finally, if it's the same costume that he's always been wearing, but we finally saw it in the light.
Yeah,
it was so fabulous. That embroidery was it was gorgeous.
When you call him Heidi, like that diva. Look at this diva.
Oh yeah, I know, I love that. I was saying, Tatiana, I don't know if you remember that someone had posted on Twitter that this diva, or look at this diva. Yeah, he's totally diva. I was watching actually.
That's why like they can't rebuild Harrenhal, because like he's taking up all the money.
And he has rings and bling and stuff like that too. He's got like a chain of office, and He could have remortgaged his house with all of the stuff he's wearing. Actually, it was funny because or not funny, but there was a podcast where Caroline, the costume designer, was talking about his costume, and I guess they settled on purple Harrenhal, like, because we have Alice Rivers, she's in sort of a purple, and then he's sort of in purple, and
Like
they
a
decided to
mauve,
go with
yeah.
that, and it had to do with the color, I guess, the filtering they were doing on Harrenhal, so they kind of went with sort of like an interesting sort of distress. But she was mentioning, first of all, that it's sort of supposed to be brutalist, like the architecture of Harrenhal, so I thought that was neat. But what
Cool.
she said was, for his costume and many costumes, they dye the fabric ahead of time. So they dye the fabric and then they build it, which is sometimes they do that, or they just build the costume and then they distress it. So she said what they did is they wanted it to look like he'd been wearing it for years, right? So they dyed the fabric first and then they built the costume, and then after that then they did the breakdown, and so it has that like look that he's it almost to me looks like he's in a sleeping bag, like he's in, he's wearing his comforter on him, like, he's nice and cozy, and he's got the little wrist
He's
covers
in his
for
house. I
his
want to be
arthritis,
comfortable.
he's got like probably got
Birkenstock.
arthritis. And he's like warm and cozy and that, like, but yeah, that's what it looks like. He's just pulled the comforter off his bed and he's just sort of wrapped himself around it because it's so damp there. But one of the best characters, I think, this season. I love
Oh,
him.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, agreed, Jeps.
Yeah,
Hi, Matt. Watch, I saw you on AK Watch. Oh, whoa, I saw you on AK Watch. Yes, we were there.
Yeah, we were there.
Yes, we're like City TV everywhere. You guys don't know City TV because that's a Canadian thing.
Oh.
So if any Canadian peeps out here, City TV everywhere is a very popular slogan.
Nice.
Cool. But yeah, I also really enjoyed like Damon's arc in Harrenhal.
Oh yeah,
like,
yes, sorry, back to that, yes.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe it went on like an episode longer. Like I can appreciate that argument, but like I thought it was like the utmost importance for like Daemon. Like I'm still questioning why Daemon is such a target with all those like why the Werewood Network is like targeting Daemon so hard.
Maybe he needs
like,
it. Maybe it goes after people who need it the most.
I think the Werewood Network is just like BetterHelp, and they just need like they're like inborn therapists. They just want to help people, like get to their shit,
But
like,
but even like and going back to like Arya and like our other like the people that the other characters that we saw at Harrenhal, like granted this is in the main books, but not everyone had that connection, and like things, like the ghost of Harrenhal were like much more like random occurrences, like from what we saw in like the POVs that we were living through. So there's something about Daemon, like there's a reason why they've targeted Daemon. Well, I mean, they could just been like, "Oh, we're bored. We're gonna."
Yeah, I think Alice has something to do with.
Well, I think that's part of it, and I definitely think she's a skin changer.
Mm-hmm.
But I think like the minute he walked in, like the castle's like, "Oh, this motherfucker."
Yes.
Like in a way, like
he was a dick right away. He was a dick from the beginning.
Yeah, and maybe that's it. I just kind of, is that like, I just wish I knew, and I want an answer to answer.
Matt knew what I was talking about when I said City TV everywhere. I didn't think anyone would know. That's so awesome. Very cool. Very cool. Guys, would you guys mind taking over for 1 minute? I'll be right back.
Sure.
Okay, I'll be right back. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Sure. I think for me, maybe it's because Daemon is like the first person that doesn't actually live there that goes there, that we're finally seeing that we see, oh, new meat. Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's see how, because I think everybody else is like maybe like already used to this. Maybe Alice, she again, the weirwood see everything, and don't forget there's a weirwood tree in King's Landing, so that weirwood tree sees a lot too. So and they're all connected.
That is a very, very good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think there's just like a reason why like Damon is part of their.
Yeah, I mean that Harrenhal is the most magical place in Westeros, and they know their shit. And honestly, I know people are frustrated with the slow pace of his story, but I think this episode, everything like culminates. Everything culminates because it's all to do with whether or not Damon truly wants the crown and why.
Right.
Because in the beginning, oh, he's here for Rhaenyra. He's here to get an army for Rhaenyra. Then time passes, and he sees all his guilt, and he sees, oh, Mama tells me that I'm a great ruler. That Viserys was weak. Viserys was that. And like, oh, now I'm gonna be king, and Rhaenyra is going to be next to me. Ha 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 ha! Oh wait, I fuck up with the River Lords. Oh wait, look at Viserys looking sad and pathetic on the throne. Oh wait, I wasn't there for my brother. And then, oh wait, I got Uno reverse card by a toddler, and then forced to kill my closest ally in the Riverlands. And now it's like, and he's like, oh shit, so this is what it means to rule. Dang. And just so happens that right after that, he sees decrepit Viserys and says, are you sure, the crown? Are you sure? And he's like, so, you know, there's a development going there. It's just more subtle.
Yeah.
And maybe it's too subtle for people because they want like action because David is Mr. Action Man. But I think the reason, because David is such an action man, that he needs to be forced to slow down. He needs to be forced to slow down because otherwise none of this would have happened.
Well,
none.
You know, and like just like the amount of like, you know, guilt and like the shit that he's guilty of, like, you know, he needs to come to terms to it. Sarah in the chat says like, don't some targs have dream visions? Where yes, but I don't think Damon is one of them. And you know, like some people can argue, like, you know, in the story, it's like, well, all the magic comes like from the same place. Like that's something I actually will like totally disagree with. Like where I'm not saying they don't kind of overlap, but I think like the werewood net and like the Targ shit is different. Yeah. Although they both like blood sacrifices.
Yes, they do. Yeah. But yeah, I think he's getting these dreams more than Targaryen dreams, is more the magic of Harrenhal just taking him over and fucking up his brain.
No, I guess the other question is like, are Targaryens more susceptible to it?
Mm-hmm.
I think they would be, because I mean, Jaime in the books, from what I've heard in the grapevine, he gets a few dreams when he's sleeping in the werewolf stump. Yeah,
but he's not a Targaryen. Like,
exactly. He's not a Targaryen, but he gets these strange dreams.
Right. But you know, like where he's like directly where like I mean, granted, like, you know, Alice
he's giving a werewolf drip in a werewolf.
You know, like like exactly, giving him a werewolf trip. I like that. But so like he's being drugged on top of it, but it's like, you know, I think like the minute he got there, it was like it started taking hold of him. I wonder, and so that makes me wonder, because like, you know, like, yeah, I mean, although like the other big one was Rhaegar, like the worst person on the face of the earth. Rhaegar. I've never like him in that wig, but I hated him before the wig. I hated him when I thought he was actually going to be hot. And no offense to that actor.
Oh, you hate Rhaegar? Seriously?
I hate him.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Absolutely hate him.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't like the Targaryens.
Okay, sure.
You know, like, or main series. Like, I don't like Targaryens, and it's like, oh, I like Lyanna Stark, but oh man, those two were dummies.
Yeah.
Dummies. And like,
I mean, in Elia's defense, it wasn't like she had much of a choice. It was an arranged marriage. It was more Lyanna being dumb.
Yeah, she was supposed to marry Robert, right?
Yeah, she was.
Lyanna was the dumb one.
Well, but he was dumb too, like taking her off and then like.
No. I mean, Elia Martell. Elia didn't have much of a choice because it was an arranged marriage. I mean, they got along and they were cool with each other, but it was not like, you know, I love you, let's get married.
No, but also like, you know, it got to the point with her where they told her not to have any more kids. So that's part of the reason, and like that he hightailed, like when he met
wanted
Lyanna,
another child. He wanted a second Aegon.
Yeah, he wanted another child to fulfill this prophecy. Which
he wanted the
thanks. Hi, kitties.
The show
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. Oh, bye, kitties.
Hey. The whole thing's effed up. Let's just
yeah.
The whole thing's effed up.
But he was rebellious. He wanted a third kid. Yeah.
But he was a beautiful musician, apparently.
Wait, third or fourth?
I think he had 2 Aegons. He had 3 with Lyanna, and then he had 1 with Lyanna Stark.
Well, he had a daughter.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Sorry, he had 3 with. Sorry, he had 3 with.
I'm getting. Don't worry.
Okay, we're getting on.
Rhaegar had 2 with Elia and Jon with Lyanna.
Right.
Okay. One with.
I was getting their story and like this Aegon story mixed up with the kid.
Now, one of the things I was going to say, because you know how like at the beginning, Damon was, you know, the visions were really scaring him. They were kind of terrifying for him. You know, like for instance, the way he acted with Rhaenyra, young Rhaenyra, cut her head off and everything.
Well,
but did you find that
showing like young Harris's head?
Yeah, exactly. But did you notice that in this episode, he kind of just went and sat on the bed with Viserys? It's like almost like he was accepting of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think like, you know, like he had that, because it was funny, like when I was watching episode 6, and that's like when Viserys, like, you know, it's kind of like, all right, you know, like this is what it was building up to, because this is really like, you know, the main crux of his shit, his relationship.
It needed to happen before Rhaenyra and him met again, basically.
Right. But then, you know, I don't know. Like, I'm glad that they did it with like old, crusty, decrepit.
Yeah, and that was Patty's idea. Actually, it was his idea to make it with crusty crab pizza Viserys. Yeah.
By the way, it sounds like the actors have way too many ideas. I've noticed that pretty much anytime we see an episode.
I was about ready to say it's like, was it his idea that required
and who is not the showrunner? I'm just saying. If it is a good idea, that's fine. But if it's a major plot point,
I mean, it might.
Honestly, that happens more often than you think with good directors. Good directors are able to take ideas from actors because the actors know the characters better than anyone. So if there's a good director and a good showrunner, they will listen to the actors because the actors have done the work on the character. And that happened to me. Like the play that I'm doing, I had this idea where to bring in some meta theater into the play with my character and my friend's character, because we show up intermittently in the show. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but we show up intermittently in the show, and each time we show up, we have like diametrically opposite reactions to what's happening. Like first we're like happy, and then we're terrified, and then we're admiring, and then we're angry, and then we're rebellious. So how is the message of the protagonist and the antagonist reaching us? Because we're the people, we're the people of the city. Basically, me and my friend, that's who we represent. So we get the antagonist message through the press because there's reporters, but how do we get the protagonist's message that allows us to rebel at the end of the play? So it's like, and we get it by witnessing what's happening to her through meta theater. So and I kept thinking about that, and like I explained to the director, and he's like, "But that's gonna be too distracting." I'm like, Dude, I was doing it right while you were watching this scene with the protagonist and her mom. Did you notice anything? He goes, no. Exactly.
Okay, I'm going to just push back a little bit because what I was going to say is sometimes it ends up becoming a show by committee, and so as we know that you never want to do anything by committee, and the problem is that the showrunner has the sort of the grand idea of what it is, the overall sort of concept of what is happening. And I did a show years ago, for instance, where I worked with the director, and every actor had an idea about what they wanted to do. And I have to say, it was a mess. I went to see it and I'm like, okay, well, it's really nice that this person wanted to do this and this person wanted to do this, but then the whole thing wasn't cohesive. It didn't have an overall theme. And this is one of the issues that we see even with having individual directors. So you have a showrunner who ultimately has to be in charge. And sure, they want to be agreeable and they want to be collaborative and they want to work as a team. But at the same time, they have the ultimate vision of the entire season or the entire show. So if you have different showrun, or if you have different directors for each episode, and then you have different castmates who have different ideas about their characters, or I don't even mean about the character, that's one thing, but they actually are informing how the story is going to go.
I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. It's like it's all about balance. It's like yes, the actors know the character best, but the director has the overall vision for the episode, and the showrunner has the overall vision for the show.
Well,
And it's all but what I'm saying about that is like it's okay to be open to the ideas. Whether the idea works or not, that's another thing entirely. But like a good showrunner doesn't like, it's not like a dictator. It's like, no, you're gonna do this and you're gonna do this and you're gonna do this. When you do that, you get something like Fan Four Stick, which was a gigantic disaster because because too many people in the pot, and two, the producers just took over the entire production and made life miserable for everyone, including the director. So there has to be openness and willing to listen to each other, even if something doesn't work when something doesn't work. But at least try it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, and also like let's also like be clear, like Patty Costin wasn't coming in like day of and be like, let's do this makeup now. Like, like. And also like like whether that was like in some sort of rehearsal phase or like when it was like when they were initially like looking at the scripts, like and also like I think there's a lot of BS happening with like the BTS stuff we see, like I think Ryan Condal is very good at like propping up everybody around him, which is great, but it's like you're right, Heidi. It's like apparently everyone, it's like all the actors' ideas and all this, and it's kind of like, well, those are very expensive ideas. That
Well, like for instance, like the Patty Cosendine thing, that for me felt more thematic, right? I mean, it wasn't like it didn't even necessarily need to change the script. No. But like say changing Rhaenyra kissing my Saria, that is a major change. But apparently that was Emma's idea.
No.
That's improvised.
She said hold on, let's stop. That was not, they always were gonna kiss. It's the way that they kissed that was like impromptu. Like it's they were always gonna kiss in the script. It's like how they did it was like kind of improvised on set.
Okay, because that's not the way that it was reported.
But that's but it's still like it was never like this is a storyline. Like this is in the script. It was just kind of like they played around. That they played around with the idea of like how and when, but also like I think like some of that was like also inflated. Like I think Ryan Condal is a BSer. Like he's definitely like hey AK. Like he's messing about
like because David and I were talking about this last week, right? We were I said, what do you think of the? I mean, and we saw this also. This is I don't know if it's Dave and Dan who started this whole thing, like behind the episode, or where the showrunner sits in a director's chair.
HBO
and
does it for every fucking show.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Every show,
the
big shows they do, yeah.
No, they do. I mean, all their like like weekend, like they do it for Hacks. Like, you know, like stay tuned. Like, and I love hacks, but it's like, do I need to? Huh?
Yeah, so I think what I was saying about this whole thing is sometimes I kind of just want the show to stand on its own merit and not necessarily, you know, I'm not saying I have a problem with explainer videos because those are creators who are interpreting what they're seeing, but then Ryan, who's behind the scenes saying, oh, this is what's going on here. And I think that's one of the reasons why Dave and Dan got, you know, sort of, I don't want to say in trouble, but people kind of made fun of them because some of their own interpretations of their own work was sometimes just like bonkers, you know, like, you know, reading. So anyway,
I mean, like their work was bonkers. But
their work was
I would say,
bonkers.
like, for a majority of the people watching these shows, like, they're gonna enjoy it. Like, you know, HBO,
Of course.
especially now, like, they're not spending that money for like no reason. Like the way like television's
Very
being
true.
run now, like, you know, like people are gaining something from it. I don't mind them as much, but I also like I take everything that like in like the one that's like, oh shit, I have a bug on my skin.
Yeah, because you were even saying, like, for instance, even some of the characters or the cast, I should say,
like
even their own
there's some
interpretation.
cast members, they're like, well, this is what, and like fair enough, it's like this is like what was going through your mind, but it's also like, yeah, but like when you watch that scene, that is not what's happening in the scene.
Yeah, like the actress who plays Alice Rivers, she said she might be 400 years old. I mean, that might have been something that was floated at some point. But then you know, viewers are like, what? Like, what do you mean? And then, of course, then people start thinking that maybe she's Melisandre. There's some like speculation
but,
there.
And I think they throw some of that stuff into, you know, create conversation.
Oh, yes, of course they do. Disruptors,
Of course.
they are.
No,
Alicia.
not disruptors.
Alicia,
Hi.
Yes.
Hi,
Hello,
Alicia.
hello,
We keep
my wonderful, beautiful ladies.
So some people who are in here tonight were on your stream on Monday, and so we, you know, we might have touched on some of the stuff we touched on your stream. How are you doing?
I am all right. I do apologize for
No
my
problem.
tardiness. Me and the crew, the homies, DJ 11 and fandom. We were talking about the boys wrapping up that season, so
The boys.
I had to try to get as much in for that. Shameless plug. If y'all do like the boys, like, and you're not doing nothing tomorrow, you can come and see me and Meeks and Sphinx talk about it on my channel. But yeah, so I'm here though. I had to make sure I got in here before you guys cut off
glad you're
because
here.
I got to hang with my sisters when I
Yes.
get, you know when Heidi calls the banners, AK gonna come through.
Yay.
Always.
You got the back
So
signal over there.
Yeah, we don't know how long Tatiana's going to stay because she has to get up super early.
I have to get up at 4:30 in the morning. Kill me. But
you want to know? No, that is blasphemy. I rebuke that
It is.
by the old gods and the new.
It's not even.
I
it's not
rebuke
even-
that.
It's
This
dark
is
out.
why
I can't get up when it's dark.
This is why I went into post-production because I could not do like 4:30 call times. Although
Right,
now
the
they're all
4:30, 3 o'clock call times. No, no thanks. No thanks. I've not worked on
you
things
guys-
like that, but I know people that have.
What does the GDFN boys MFR mean? Is it? Do you guys
The
know?
goddamn
GD
effing
Oh,
boys.
the
What's
goddamn
M for, though?
effing boys.
Mother.
But yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Mofo.
Jeff wants to talk about Jane Eyre's costume.
Okay, wait, but
Oh,
before we do that,
character.
can I ask where are you guys with the episode? Like, I know we usually bounce around
Okay.
anyway,
We
but
are.
like, what is there
Yeah,
a particular thing that you would maybe like to give my thoughts on? Chat room, actually, let me pose that to y'all.
Oh,
Is there something that y'all would like me to give my AK-isms on a
Well,
certain thing
we-
or no?
We have gone up to what was it?
Yeah, we just kind of finished like
The dragon scene.
We talked
Oh,
about
at Harrenhal. We were at Harrenhal and
Yeah,
Damon's
Harrenhal.
dream.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, we were talking about
Tati,
Damon. Yes,
your
Damon.
volume just got super high. Was
Mine?
it just me, or did everybody else hear that too?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I don't. Can you
Like,
hear me now?
I don't know why even.
I don't know. I was just using my headphones. I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't touched anything.
Yeah. Like your mic levels just might be like high.
Yeah, it just like jumped
She's on
high
her
for
cell
some
phone.
reason.
No, I suck at audio.
Okay, wait, no, you said you're on your phone. Okay, see, your phone will actually like it doesn't matter the app, it will hijack your volume control. So even if you put it down, your ringer down on your notifications on low, it can, if something else pops in at the right time, it will kick that up. And I've experienced that a
Hi,
whole
Lady
lot at my
Stoneheart.
office, and it sucks. And yes, hello chat room. I see y'all over here saying hi. Emmanuel, Gomez, Valerian. You know here. Okay, we rep Team Black round these parts. Hello,
So
thank
Alicia,
you.
you don't
Thank
want
you
to
for
talk
the
about
welcome.
Damon? What your thoughts on Damon are?
Damon.
We were talking about Damon and his visions, and the whole thing that happened in the courtyard and all that. So
I feel like Damon should have listened to Caraxes in the last episode when Caraxes was over there looking at him. And again, we have never seen Caraxes in that courtyard. Caraxes was on the rocks next to the courtyard. And as soon as Damon came out, walking with the Woods Witch, and don't get me wrong, y'all, this is not hate towards Alice. I do really like her character, but she's on some other extracurricular shit. And Caraxes is looking at her, again, one magical creature to another. Game recognized game. Hey, Damon, boo-boo, I've been out here waiting for like a week and a half, and you ain't did shit. And I don't know what you know about that chick that's walking next to you, but can we leave now, please? And thanks. But Damon ain't gonna never take nobody's advice but his own.
Yeah, Caraxes kind of reminds me of my cat. Like when I come out, sometimes my cat's sitting on the porch, like meow.
So, right. And now you remember I'm here, Human. That's right. So yeah, with Damon in this episode, what I will say honestly, for all the scenes that I saw him in, I can't give him the shine for those scenes because that motherfucker Lord Oscar Tully came in on business, and the thing that I love is not only is Oscar green, and he fully knows that. He says it. Look, my lords,
like not team green, but green.
Well, no, right. Green is in young, yes. But he says like, no, you're right. I am young and I am fresh and new in this game, but I know what my granddaddy taught me. And y'all know who my granddaddy was. Y'all know he was cool. Y'all respected him. I hope that I can also earn your trust in that way, and we can just move forward on good vibes from here. Speaking of those good vibes, Mr. Blackwood, I have some complaints that were issued to me that we need to go through the complaint box to take these requests that I've gotten to look at your behavior. And why was you doing that bullshit that you was doing? The king consort. And I also love how Sir Lord Simon and my boy here, the Lord Paramount of the Riverlands, do not hesitate or miss a beat calling him the king consort to his face. Because yes, Damon, you are not king in that sense. You're not ruling. Okay, your power comes through Rhaenyra, and they know that, and they recognize that, and they stand that, because the Riverlands, as our Lord Oscar says, is held together by oaths. My granddaddy swore this oath, and I will hold that oath. However, there's some complaints that I found in the suggestion box that we need to go over, King Consort. And Sir Blackwood, bro, you've been out here, you and your people doing some fuck shit, and we don't appreciate the fuck shit. And Lord Blackwood, this is what I said when I did my watch along, bro. Willem, we liked you better when you were a kid. When you were a kid, and that little bracken asshole tried to challenge you, you stepped the fuck up, you pulled swords and said, all right, motherfucker, let's go. And you was about that life, and we respected you because, yeah, he deserved it. You handled that. But now here, you over here just being brutal, running all through the lands of your people, bro. This is the people that we are calling the banners. It's time for us to ante up and get together, and you're shedding blood. For what? For this dude? And of course, that Damon tried to talk shit, and I love. I don't remember the young man's name. Forgive me. I am going to be watching his career from now after though, because I think he's great. His face acting in this, you know, he started his speech and doing good, and then Damon came in and interjected. And if you blink, you missed it. But the look on his face once Damon started talking, he basically gave him the side eye and then rolled his eyes like, "Motherfucker, I wasn't done. I didn't need your help here, King Consort. You could have just shut the hell up and let me finish."
Alicia, one of the things I noticed though is from the original episode that he was in, where he's basically Damon's telling him to smother his grandfather, and then
he said, "I love my grandsire." Mm-hmm.
He looked like he'd aged. I was like, "What is
going
on?" It's been like 2 episodes. He's aged already.
It has been 2 episodes, but to them, it's probably been a good 2 weeks or so, and within that time, he's had to grow up immediately.
I can tell you, they can grow in 2 weeks, so it's pretty crazy.
Yeah. He had to grow because he already knew the responsibility that was going to be on his shoulders. You know, his granddaddy prepared him well. And he's looking at this, you know, once Damon starts to buck up a little bit, he turns around and I love this scene because Damon, when the camera looks, Damon up here looking like he's 6'5" or so, and little Oscar is like maybe 5'4", 5'5", like he around my height. And he straight just looks up at this dude and does not care that he's bigger than him, has been in more fights than him, has actual battle experience where he does not. Bitch, do you want my swords or not? Is you gang gang? Is you gang gang or nah? And Damon, of course, again, Damon, because he likes mess. He's looking at this kid and he smirks like, all right, and he doesn't say anything, but you could tell the look on his face. Again, Matt Smith, also the great face acting. He's looking like, oh, okay, you know what?
Did you notice he did some
You
leaning?
have a point.
He did a bit of leaning. Because you know Damon's a bit of a leaner.
He basically said, okay, all right, let me stand over here. Go ahead. My bad. You're right. You're right. Of course, he's never going to say somebody else is right over him. But yeah, that's what the face acting was saying. And yeah, they had to snatch up Lord Blackwood. And you had to answer for that shit. And the moment that he started looking over at Damon, talking about, my liege, I only did what I was ordered. Yeah, you did what you were ordered, but Oscar is right. You didn't have to do it as brutally as you did. That was a choice
that was going beyond the Call of Duty.
That
was a choice. Exactly.
Either, by the way.
I understand? Do your worst, but that doesn't mean start killing and raping and reaving freaking young women and children, and killing all of like the livestock and shit, bro. We're at war. You need that livestock. You're harming valuable resources in wartime. You can't do that. We are not the Ironborn out here. Like, I can't wait till they come into the story, because that motherfucker, the Red Kraken that is in the story right now, oh boy, he's gonna be a menace to watch.
The one that they were trying to
next season.
marry Alicent off to?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's that they were in Europe.
She would not have survived that marriage at all. But to wrap up here at Harrenhal, I think Oscar handled it greatly. And I love that he basically said, again, Damon, you trying to do this or not? Because they are not going to ride without me. And if you want me to get them to truly go to arms with you, then
Shut up.
I mean, I will keep my oath, but I'm gonna need a little something from you first, though. I'm not even asking for a royal marriage. I'm not asking for none of that, but you gonna hold this asshole responsible right here so we can get his house and everybody else together. And of course, Damon gonna do Damon, and he did what was needed. And as well, he should have. If he had tried to deny that boy in any way, shape, or form, I would have like the biggest beef with Damon right now, and someone would have gotten a very angry email. But luckily, he saw sense, and he didn't do that.
I would have written a letter to my MP. Actually, Bex, you and I were talking a little bit about Willem. There was something like, I was like, I don't know about this guy. I don't think he's long for this earth. I'm not a book reader, but just looking at the actor that they hired.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Is it Willem? Black?
Yeah, Willem.
Black.
Yeah.
Willem.
It's way more fleshed out in the show than it is.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
He was just like he just was a bit off. There's something just a bit off about him.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Like
they gave him like he has a douche face, don't he?
Yeah,
Like I
he
look
has a
at him,
face.
and I was like, okay, I want to punch you. Like you ain't did
Yeah,
shit yet, but I don't like the look of you.
Yeah, he's got a punchable face, for
there's
sure.
like a weasel.
A
quality.
weasel. That's
Yeah,
what we call him. He's kind of
yeah.
weaselly
Yeah,
looking.
and like,
Yeah.
and no disrespect to the actor.
no,
I thought
he did an
a great
amazing job.
Oh no, yeah, not at all. No, he handled that absolutely.
Like, but he would have made a great Frey.
Yeah,
Yes,
and that's the thing, because not only I'm saying he got what he deserved, but it really didn't have to be like that, and he could have been a loyal friend and a loyal full asset. But because you were on this bullshit thinking that you needed to impress Damon, Damon is not the one that you needed to impress.
He's
Also,
not
at all.
I will say, I did feel a little bit sad for Willem because we saw him as a little boy, and he grew up to be this, and that was his end. That was kind of sad. I just was thinking about the little boy who killed his first dragon. I was like,
like, bro, you were all about the honor and actually the right way of doing shit. And this man challenged you. He was on that bullshit, and I get it. You let the family blood ties. It's the Capulets and Montagues all over again, and I get that. But you took the right course there. So I thought you had a good head on your shoulders.
Well,
but then we get here.
Killing that young, like
it's about to change you. Yeah.
No, you're right, and I totally agree with that. But like his reaction to having to being goaded into that fight and then actually making the kill, he threw up right after. So to me, I thought that, okay, this is a guy, he doesn't like killing. This probably was his first time doing it. He's not going to actively seek out any real type of violence. He's going to take this as a teachable moment to, if you have to take a life, there are consequences. You need to make sure that the right circumstances are there and it's actually just, and you're not just out there brawling and bullshitting. But now we see him older and he's out there really just brawling and bullshitting. And
but I will say
that's a sad ending for his character.
He would have probably learned that lesson, but I'm like 90% sure that when he got home, his dad was so proud, and he just filled him with praises, like, "You, my son, and you killed your first bracket, my baby boy, yay!"
Right, because the beef between the Blackwoods and the Brackens is so tough. Like, they had a whole ass feast, a whole festival for like a week.
Absolutely.
When he got back home from Storm's End. But however, I don't, just because we've been immersed in this world for so long, I think we could all like really look at everything, the big picture that goes with something, an action that happens like this, and we could see where you can still actually come out to be a decent person. Making that kill did not have to make him any type of evil lickspittle, especially one that's gonna kowtow and do bullshit for Damon.
And also, like, we don't know, like, who the rest of the Blackwoods he was with during his time growing up. And
True.
Like, and obviously, like, Ryan Condal is, like, Team Bracken, because I can't believe that they made the Blackwoods.
Yeah! He made the Brackens actually look a hell of a lot fucking tougher than the Blackwoods. And when it comes to the book verse, I am Team Blackwood all day, but now I'm looking at Willem here being the head of House Blackwood. I'm like, wait a minute, bro.
Well,
this what we doing?
Side eye.
That part.
Like, I what I appreciate about it is I really appreciate like bringing like the Blackwood Bracken lore into the story like early.
There's no way they could have left it out.
No, well, I mean, like you have like the Battle of the Burning Mill, which. But and like really expand on it, like because for the book readers, it's like rah, and like for the show only people, it's just like another like great.
It's another thing.
But they have to make room for like the Blackwoods that are gonna show up later.
Yeah.
But what was really interesting, though, I thought, was that Willem. I like as Tatiana was saying, I kind of felt bad for him because I think he really thought that Damon would have his back, and he didn't.
He did,
and that
he did. Sadly.
Yeah, I mean, like, but he also had no choice.
No, and I know.
Yeah,
that.
like
wait, no choice in what exactly?
Well,
Damon had
I
to
mean,
behead him.
like, obviously Damon had a choice, but like as far as like,
Oh, you're talking about Damon.
oh yeah,
I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about Willem.
No,
Okay.
No.
Like,
I
Damon
was
at
saying
that
we felt
point,
bad
it
for
was, like,
Willem, but Damon
like
had
Willem
no choice.
or like the rest of the River Lords.
Yeah,
Like,
he had no
Yeah.
choice.
he had no
Oh yeah,
choice.
in that in that moment, absolutely. If he would not have done that, then yeah, all of those lords would have turned against him, and more importantly, Oscar would have been like, "All right, well, you ain't down with this, okay? Well, fuck you then." And
Well, thank
they may
thank
not
God-
necessarily go to Team Green, but they're not gonna fuck with Damon at all.
Help Damon.
Thank God
Yeah.
that Dark Sister is sharp though, because remember in Shogun when that poor kid had to do.
Oh
that and,
yes. When
Oh,
his first kill as a
spoiler.
warlord. Wait, y'all haven't watched Shogun?
Haven't.
I haven't yet. No, no
Anything.
spoilers.
I
Okay.
didn't say any
Okay.
spoilers. The show's
No,
really
the-
good.
There's a lot of shows that I have to pick up on. Like, girl, I don't have.
No. Heidi is correct because you don't know what characters we're talking about. You
Yeah,
you don't
thank you.
know you don't know
I'm being a
about the
little.
shipping.
I'm just
being
saying
a
that
little-
it was
Also,
really sharp.
Bex, that is a lovely shirt that you're wearing.
She's
it
wearing
Alright.
a captain.
pops. It
I've
pops
got
very well
Caftan,
with
yes.
the hair, with the
Okay, I don't know
the
what's
makeup.
going on with the
It's
chat,
lovely.
but everyone has stopped talking. What is happening here? Why is no one
I was absolutely just about to ask you that because in StreamYard and on YouTube, I see no movement. Did
Yeah.
we did YouTube cut
Carl,
us off
where
on the
are
back
you?
end?
Carl, he's there.
Did,
Doing well,
wait,
my
no,
lady,
did
he said.
YouTube cut us off on the back end and we just don't know?
I don't know. I see people in the stream. I don't know what happened. Okay, what else should we talk about?
It was probably me. I'm
there's
sorry.
a-
I'm sorry.
Hello.
Oh,
Well,
there it is.
say-
Hi.
well, we
Hello,
no,
McFly.
no, that doesn't count, and I'm not saying that Bex doesn't count. No, I'm saying
No,
we're on the
I know
panel,
what you-
so
but I was testing.
I'm gonna test
yeah.
as
So
well.
okay, so we can
Hi.
see each other, I think, in the chat, but for whatever reason, we're not seeing everyone else chatting.
Yeah, so
and
anyway,
yeah, that
so
is
Willem-
not what happened.
There's one.
Willem, by the way, Willem is
Oh, yay.
Welsh.
There it is.
Oh, there. Hi, August. Willem is Welsh for William. By the way, my brother's
makes
name is
sense.
William.
That makes sense.
It's a variation on it,
Oh,
right?
I want to talk about the scene where Colas finally, at long last, pays attention to Adam.
Oh,
Bro,
So, and like when he says "well done," all I could imagine was in Adam's brain going, "My daddy finally loves me."
Tati, wait, hold on. Can you please open up your settings and
Okay.
check where your volume
Oh,
is?
poor Tatiana.
No,
I'm
because
trying.
you were okay for a minute, but right there you were like
Okay, I'm in
super
settings.
loud.
I
was
See,
gonna
just see where your volume is,
I was gonna say the
or
show.
specifically where your mic volume is.
yeah.
This whole show, this whole season, and maybe the whole House of the Dragon, it just feels like a comment on parenting skills. Like, you know, whether you're a bastard, whether you're a trueborn, whether you're like in foster care, whether you're adopted, it just feels like a comment. Sorry, I just watched a show about foster care the other day, so I was just thinking about that. That it's just like, you know, we have so few good parents in this that are represented. And it's like part of what we were
So
talking about
few.
is sometimes it's like some of it is that they weren't taught how to parent. And
Yeah.
so it feels like a failure of parenting, being moms and dads.
I
And maybe
agree.
it's because a lot of times they're married off as children themselves. And this is part of the
Yeah.
problem with the medieval type society.
Right. Well,
that's
and
my-
Yeah,
that's my
look how
philosophical
young
take on
some
the
of them
whole thing.
have to marry.
typically
Yeah.
like royal and noble
Mhm.
society
Mhm.
because
Yeah, royal
like it's a
noble.
misnomer, like because like everyone's like, oh, like everyone died at 35, and it's like,
Yeah.
no, that's not true. Like like there were lower life expectancy averages because there was so much childbirth deaths and like
And that's yeah.
and kids dying young.
Mhm.
Hi,
And like
Sarah.
and even like with the nobles, like there might have been a lot of betrothals, but like marriages didn't happen at young ages unless there was like land disputes or succession and whatnot was in question. Like and usually that's pretty high up. But you know what? That's.
But let's say you're 16 and you get married and you start having children. You're not really emotionally equipped. And people could say, well, back then things were different and they were more mature. I don't really know that they were.
Yeah,
right?
but even like on the average, like, you know, women weren't having kids until they were like in their 20s, even then, because they knew well enough, like, you know, like, 13-year-olds should not be having babies because they're probably gonna die. And then, you know,
I don't think that was everywhere though.
Huh?
No, I said I don't think that was everywhere. I do remember reading in very, very specific different cases that there were brides and children had that young.
Oh, sure. Like, but like they're in extreme cases. Like those are not like the norm. And again, like, you know, like we're, you know, when we're talking about those cases, it's usually like very like high, noble, royal families. And there's like a matter of like, we need an heir like right now, or we're dealing with like, we're, you know, making a war treaty. So we're going to like send our like, you know, 10-year-old daughter off to like some gross man.
Be a hostage.
Then, well, or like, you know, like marriage alliances, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Am I still loud? I try to limit the multimedia volume. I don't know it like at all.
That sounds a lot better. Yeah, that sounds
good.
Regular.
Aww,
Sorry,
Tatiana.
I'm trying so hard. I suck at audio. I'm not an audio technician.
and hey, Mink, 1973. Yes, and thank you.
Becks the Cruel.
Becks the Cruel.
Well, what I was going to say, but in the show, like just speaking of the show, not like just in general, like, so, you know, Alicent, for instance, married quite young.
Oh, that's the one we haven't talked about. Is
Alicent.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about Alicent. Let's talk about her going on.
She's going on a love camping trip with
bro.
She finally got her
the last Kingsguard that's left.
You know,
I think
her wellness retreat spot.
I am upset because this woman, first of all, probably took the only capable Kingsguard that was there out of the castle, and she made this man go by himself. He said, okay, well, let me go summon some more banners to go out here. So, you know, no, just you. So that means that he has to gather all the supplies that they may need for who knows how long, because she didn't tell him what the duration that she was going to be out there was. And there's only one horse, which means he was probably walking while she was riding on the horse. We only saw one tent, which means this man was just sleeping on like a random bedroll in the forest while she's cozy in the royal tent. And I don't know, because he was asking Lo, like, when are we gonna go home? And she didn't know. So I like look, bitch, I respect you as the Dowager Queen, but I need to go sleep on a regular bed so I can not have these sore ass muscles when I wake up in the morning.
So who else for a second, like when they were at camp and like the tent was set up, like for a second I was like, is she gonna make him like go in and she's gonna fuck him?
I thought the same thing. I mean, I wouldn't blame her. He is a very handsome older gentleman. I'm just saying, he's fine. He's a daddy.
Okay, wait. See, hold on. See, this is like Tati. This may not sound strange to you, but I know Becks and Heidi, especially Becks, because we've actually like hung out in person, knows like it's weird that I didn't have that thought. Like, y'all had the random shit that we talk about on my streams. Y'all know where my mindset be most of the time, and here I did not think that at all.
She got rejected by
which
Cole.
is so weird.
She's needing some loving, I think. Thanks, sweetheart.
I don't know. Fuck her. No, look here. You have been having all of the loving, and I know people are saying that, you know, she was holy and pious and she waited till Viserys died. I do not believe that for 1 second, because if y'all remember from season 1, she's been in love with this man since the fucking tourney where he asks for Rhaenyra's
God,
favor.
she's Dornish.
And
So
like nobody can convince me that she and Cole weren't fucking doing Driftmark in season 1. That's the reason why little bitch Aemon got main, because he was busy fucking his mama ever since then.
Ryan Condal said that they weren't like. I mean,
I do not believe that.
sorry.
Do we have to listen to that guy? Like that guy?
Fake
like,
news.
Is he trustworthy?
That's a
Fake news.
He's
suggestion.
an unreliable narrator. He's like mushroom guy.
Wait. Keep in mind, this is the same guy that said initially that those eggs that Rhaena were carrying were going to be the same eggs that Dany got in Game of Thrones. But who was it?
That was not Ryan Condal. That was the
who was it?
of the episode. And Ryan
okay, and then he switched up and changed it because okay.
That was
I thought he had approved that message. I didn't know that he had came out and changed it. Okay, cool.
He needs to wrangle his directors.
The director of the episode who had said that. And then
they said they were all
also,
big
why do your directors not even have like the actual lore as a study guide before we start though?
That's also like part of the problem with like we were kind of talking about like them doing the BTS.
Sorry, Jackie,
stuff,
we're trying to work on that.
where you know like like the people editing the BTS like you know like are editing like the best content. They're not necessarily editing the most like story accurate
recent stuff. True.
You know, like, and how much Ryan Condal has like, you know, oh no, take that out because that's totally wrong. I have no idea. You know,
Indeed.
so like you have a totally different team on the BTS, but also at the same time, that also means like not everyone. I mean, and like they leave things like open enough where it's like, yeah, like maybe a director who doesn't have like the long storyline and like, oh, of course these they're 4. And that's another question. If Rhaena decided she wasn't going, so she now has no dragon eggs.
What? So exactly. So not only, and
dragon eggs.
I really dislike how they did this with Rhaena because not only is she just they're making her seem like a very super selfish person to go off and try to chase and find this dragon, but also and I understand that there is a little more behind it than just selfishness, but that's just how it comes to anyone that doesn't know that backstory. That's how it comes off. And to then look at the other side of it as she's leaving these 2 young boys, 2 heirs to the great one of the greatest dynasties of Planetos, to just be off with some random guards from a region of the land that don't even really know them, that don't even really give 2 fucks about them. And not only that, but there are 4 extremely valuable dragon eggs with them in storage.
Right.
Rhaena, baby, I understand, sis. Trust me. I know. I get it, baby cousin. However, you have a greater responsibility to handle these things, and I thought you understood that, and I understand why she had reservations and felt the way she did about being sent away. But you can't run off on this side quest like this. If you were gonna do that, stay for an extra 2 or 3 days with Lady Jane and go do that while the boys are still there and actually safe.
But Lady Jane wasn't giving her the option. She's like, all right, Pinto,
okay, see, and maybe this is ruthless.
Hold on.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Lady Jane wasn't giving her the option to do that.
Hey, Bex, can you move closer to your mic? I can't hear you so well.
Me?
A bit closer. Yeah.
Okay. So Lady Jane.
That is better.
Basically, I was too comfy. Lady Jane basically was like, all right, Prince of Pentos is basically like, all right, you guys can come. She's like, you need to go. And so, like, in even like that scene where, like, they're like walking off, and Lady Jane is like
just standing there mean mugging the whole time. You're right. See,
and closes the door, and then you know, like, I understand. Like, I wanted Nettles too. I think I don't take like Rhaena to be like selfish as much as like, you know,
Desperate.
desperate.
Well, okay, yeah, I will give you that. The better word probably is desperate, but I think a bit of selfishness does ring into that when you look at, you know, the job that she's actually supposed to be doing. I get it. I do understand it. I'm not condemning her for it, but it does still deviate from a very heavy responsibility that she knows she has.
I also think like this is setting up the problems that are going to come down the line.
That are going to see, and that also and I'm gonna give a shout out to Tanya from 1000 because she's the one that told me about this random theory that had been floating around that I hadn't heard yet, and that is that when it comes to the character of Nettles, that, you know, the history books paint it as her being Damon's lover that Rhaenyra had like ordered him to kill or whatever, but there is another theory that I did not know about that says that Daemon that she was actually Damon's bastard daughter. I didn't hear about that until a couple years ago when I really started streaming what Tanya first had.
Yeah, no, that's in Fire and Blood. Like that's suggested.
Is it?
Yeah, is that one of the maesters who says that?
Like they put up like very like, you know, that he doted on her like he would a daughter.
Yes. Okay.
Like so that's a theory from Fire and Blood. So like
see, I missed that. Yeah, what I had always heard was that the consensus was everyone was thinking that she was just a random lover I think that came from the history and lore. Right. That may be what I'm mixing up.
It's definitely suggested in the book that they, you know, that they share a bed and a
there could have been more being better. Yeah, I mean, but
like, there's definitely like the relationship is like not, you know, is
without context, it does look sus.
Right, but that is like what has been fed to Rhaenyra. But you know, the other
that's where she's at
has been and it's slightly put in there in the book that, like, you know, it is possible that she's actually Damon's daughter.
Yeah, so I get why, and I get why they could use that with Rhaena because, and this was something that I called out in season 1 too, is Damon absolutely paid more attention to Vale and gave her more lessons on fighting, on politics, and, you know, being in a ruling class, being in a ruling seat, all of that, you know, High Valyrian, because she was a dragon rider like him. Did he love? Does he love both of his daughters? Yes, but there was absolutely clear favoritism towards Vale, and that was just another thing for Rhaena to see and recognize, and it's something else that hurt her because she's tried multiple times to get with a dragon, and it just didn't work out. And I think again, it's a little Harry Potter-ish. You know, the wand chooses the wizard. It wasn't that time for that dragon for you to be on, and I know that sucks because you can't even fathom to think on that level that there's something else coming for you, but it is what it is. So I do understand why she would do this, but look, when you take into context everything else that's happening around that, it does suck. And I do definitely agree. Lady Jane was on some bullshit. Like, I wanted to like her, but from like the very first scene that we saw her in, the bombastic side eye, like, look here, bitch, I understand that you worried about whatever could happen to you, and you're requesting some dragons come to protect you, but we're at war. How you going to expect a guard dragon to come up when we need them on the field? Like, you really thought that's what you were going to get?
Yeah. I mean,
and if you did need that, why didn't you tell them that there was a dragon out here actually threatening your lands? That would have immediately had Rhaenyra say, okay, wait, hold on. Look, her and Antonisi would have went out there and handled that shit quickly.
But here's the question.
But she didn't do that. She kept it a secret.
I have a quick question about the show. Have they, like, other than Sheep Stealer, who's in the Vale, or whatever wild, like, have they mentioned any of the other wild dragons in the show?
Ray goes in the cannibal? No, not at all.
Yeah, like,
No,
Ray- like,
no,
Ray-
well, what Damon did say that there are some rogue dragons out there. When he was listing, like say, you know, we got Melees, we got Caraxes and all that. He did say there are some wild dragons, but he didn't name them or say where they were.
Got it.
So it's highly possible that this isn't Sheep Stealer, that it could be Cannibal. And Cannibal, because there's no dragons for him to eat, he's eating the livestock. It could be either one of them. We don't know how the show is going to interpret that.
Other dragons?
Yes, that's why he's called Cannibal.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I have
Actually,
to talk about-
do
I
you
have to
know?
talk about-
Real
I
quick,
was gonna say,
the thing that I
okay.
sent you, to make a poster.
Oh yeah,
that
yeah,
dragon, the dragon that's in all those, that's a depiction of Cannibal.
Oh, okay. No, I was just going to touch on one thing that kind of irked me in this episode during the Vale
But they
scene.
didn't show Jane Eyre's entire dress.
Yeah, like
They did.
I call it the what the fuck dress because there was a picture of it. They released a picture of her front of it, but it starts with her like it was so weird. I'm going, what was the cinematographer thinking of? So we start off by looking at the wagons and everything as they're leaving, and the princess as they're leaving.
Interesting.
Yeah,
you
you
know,
don't get like a proper full shot of the dress.
and then they don't do a proper full shot.
I
Tatiana, were you
was-
serious?
Well,
Sorry,
well, you could kind of see her dress if you stop, if you pause it in the right place. You can see the dress because then she turns around and see there's like a full body shot of her.
It's
Can you
so
hear me?
far in the
it's
distance.
not what it should be.
It's
And,
not,
like,
it should
you
have
know,
been.
I,
and then
I'm
they, and then
gonna
they do
blame
it.
the edit
I
for
have.
that.
I did screen grabs, and so it starts off with the back, and then it does a fuller, like a slightly wider of the back, and then it shows from like Rhaenyra's, or sorry, Rhaena's perspective, and then it turns back around. She turns around and looks at her, but it's way off in the distance, and then they do a tight shot on her. Of her head
and it does look
shoulders. And then
very
they show her-
plain, yeah.
And then they show her turning around and walking away.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Yeah.
what the fuck, motherfuckers? How come you didn't show this dress? I was so mad. But then they released a still of it. At least the on-site photographer got a picture of it. Because it's fucking gorgeous.
And I love the cape. The white cape, I love it.
Oh,
yeah, it's very
amazing.
it's very
And I love the color that is reminiscent of Lysa's color. It's like, yes, fashion, progressing to the ages.
I guarantee you they got the shot. I'm gonna blame the edit for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, and so Tatiana had that same, like on the cape had that like kind of cartridge pleating, it has that sort of ribbon pleating, and then it's done on, and then it's attached. It's exactly the same as Liza's and
I was
Sweet
like,
Robin.
I have
It's probably next to Jason Lannister's costume is probably like my favorite of this season.
Wow.
Yeah,
I have a different gripe when it comes to the Vale.
Go ahead, AK. You gripe.
I am.
Girl.
I mean, it's petty, and I recognize that about myself. But what I have always said, if y'all been following me for any amount of time, is that I always appreciate a good petty. But this petty made me mad because how you gonna show the Vale, and they actually showed the bloody gate, but we didn't see the moon door. Was the moon door not made in this age?
Oh, of course it was.
It looked like
so. I mean, that is like a staple thing.
Yeah, it looked like they were in her apartments.
Yeah.
I mean, well, they're in her apartments, but again, it's wartime. During wartime, even if you're not actively having troops there right now, you still gotta have a meeting with your people to see what's the current news and what moves do we need to make. And that's the great haul for them. So why we didn't see the moon door?
Mm-hmm.
Because we only got 8 episodes.
Motherfuckers.
Yeah,
so we
bastards.
Sky cells.
Yeah,
Sky
and,
cells.
I wouldn't count it out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like for this season, probably, but we'll see it. We'll see it at some point.
I have a question. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, someone posted this earlier, and this is regarding
Is she
when
an
Alicent went
ally?
swimming.
She will be.
Mother Royne asked, who was skin changing the bird she saw? So remember Alicent's lying in the water? I love that scene though. As much as I wasn't super crazy about her going off on the camping trip, but that scene of her floating in the water, wearing her shift, which I think was very period accurate, by the way.
What was the bird? What was the bird?
Are you
What
saying
was
like
was it a
like
raven?
is it like from like the bird's eye like the aerial view of her?
Yeah, like we saw the aerial view, but did we see a bird flying there that could have been
Yes.
watching?
There was a bird,
actually?
yeah.
Okay, what kind of bird was
it?
it?
Raven.
It was too far away to see.
All right,
It was very far away.
I'm gonna watch it again. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been a dragon, but I doubt it.
You guys tell us in the
bird that
comments what you
flies
thought it was.
through- I'm not gonna.
Okay, so
every bird that flies through is like a skin changer.
No, I don't think it's everyone that flies through, but if by chance this bird is being controlled, and we didn't get a very clear look at it, but what I was that's actually what I was gonna my first guess with it being that bird, because it's a crow, and as we know from old Nan, all crows are liars, and I like little Brandon Stark. He was cool, but then he got caught up in the traps, and this ain't really Bran no more. Like Mira said, he died in that cave. So looking from that cave here into the past, where while Bloodraven told us the ink is dry, we know that Bran the Broken, that shit don't matter, because he's that much more powerful than Bloodraven. So he could be watching to see if there's something he needs to jump in and change for some reason.
Here's what I'm gonna say. So
come
when
through.
we had like the bird's eye view at Harrenhal, that's Alice in one of her owls.
Yes, in her owls. I agree.
But, so, but the aerial shot that we have of Alicent, which is like directly overhead. It's like
she's lying on her back in the water.
It's not like kind of like at an angle, but the focus is like when you watch it, like she's, like in this like ethereal, and then her eyes open. Like it's actually like no one's watching her. Like it's her.
I mean, it could absolutely just be a bird flying by.
No,
it's not.
It's not.
I mean, I think there's more to it, but it could be.
Like, it's not like, because like the focus at the moment is like she's like, whether or not like it's a baptism or I'm reborn or whatever, like, like, I mean, that's like very reminiscent of a baptism.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Kind of doing bird like sort of like in the water.
I think we're going way too deep. Like,
wait, a little bit. Okay, wait, hold on. Can we
about the bird flying over?
Yeah. Okay. I would like to address a couple things in the chat, just real quick. Jackie asks that the Aarons are bird wargs. Their bird is I believe it's a griffin. That is actually what was it? A falcon. A falcon. That's right. Okay. Yeah. So a falcon, and what I'm thinking for just relative things of how I know some things were like way back in the beginning of days for our world. I'm grafting a bit of that, like George does, onto this world. It's giving me a bit of a Lady Lofton, where she was known to ride on a giant bat or something like that. I think the animals were a lot bigger back then, which is why we had a whole bunch of direwolves and shit running around in ancient times, but they seem to have died off until we got to the point to where the Stark kids got that fresh batch of direwolves back into the world. There was another thing I saw here. I think it was what is that? Laritu? I don't know if I pronounced that right. I apologize if I did not. He's saying the Aarons are just Andals. They don't have magic that's recorded. That's the thing with the Vale. Most houses in the Vale are of Andal descent, and they do look towards the Seven, which are the new gods. But there are still roots in the old guards, and for how the story is set up here for the Northerners, because like especially what is the house? Becks, I know you know. House Royce of the Vale.
of
They
the-
are actually a first men house. So when you see anybody talking about copper armor and they're not the Thens from above the wall, they're talking about House Royce. So they keep
the
all of their
bronze
armor is the bronze because fun fact about
they have the runes on them.
they have the first men runes on it, and there's a reason for that. Random fun fact: copper in our world has properties of getting stronger when it's colder. So they keep to. And how do you make bronze? With copper,
Brass.
and they have those magical runes on it. Yes, so that's like they're coming from the first men, thinking about the long night already. So random sidebar, but with the Vale, not all of them you can say are completely from the Andals. There's a lot of first men blood that runs through the Vale also. So I think that's where a little bit of their magic comes from. And again, they have the weirwood stump that we hear about the Sweet Robin when he was sitting on that stump, just like Damon with the weirwood bed. He's seeing visions. Little Aaron, he was over here hearing music at random different times. So the Vale is, I think, a bit in the gray area of actual magic blood. So I wouldn't count them out when it comes to magical creatures and things that happen in their area. Especially with that woods witch that we knew that I think it was like a fire woods witch that was supposed to be in their lands at some point in time. That's where we get that mountain tribe. Was it the burnt ears or burnt something? I think that stemmed from this day and age where whoever was up there with the dragon, that was their fire witch.
I was going to say
Rhaena is their fire witch. Cool.
One of the things that I thought was really cool.
That's what it seems like.
That it, like, when Alice Rivers is birding, it's still called falconry, even if it's an owl.
Yeah,
isn't that cool?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was really interesting.
It's funny also because when you look at how they control those birds, they would have like the gloves so the claws don't get to them, and there's a string that wraps around your middle finger. That's where that phrase comes from in Old English.
So hey, it's House Royce that has runestones.
House Royce.
Yes.
Oh, was it? What
yes,
were you
House
saying?
Royce. Yeah, they're like what was his name in the very beginning of Game of Thrones? Waymore Rice, Waymore Royce, that went to the wall.
Waymore Royce.
There was Jan Rice as well.
Jan Royce, I think, is who was in charge once we got to the Vale, coming to save Jon and the Wildlings in the Battle of the Bastards.
Trying to train.
He's the one that did not give a fuck about Littlefinger.
But
which I stand him for that.
We all want more Royce. Yeah, and poor Rhea.
Right, R.I.P. Right, that's right. Rhea was of House Royce too.
Yes,
R.I.P. Rhea.
Bronze bitch.
She was a real one.
She was a bad bitch.
By the way, I have to say, I know that the original book is written by a man, and we're dealing with like a historical, I don't know, whatever. But it does kind of bother me that all of the like slurs are always towards women. It just really gets on my nerves.
Yeah.
Like kind of.
I mean, George is from Jersey. And Becks. Okay, so I know for certain, like Becks. You already know what I'm talking about when I say that motherfucker from Jersey. We don't really claim Jersey as a set like that because they be on that bullshit. But that's basically the only explanation I can give you. He's from Jersey.
Everyone's like a cunty whore or a slut or I don't know what they're By the way, and another thing I am a little upset about, besides the fact that there's no ermine in this season, is that they never say mayhaps, and I am a little bit upset about that.
There's no mayhaps or miladies or milords. Exactly. Like everyone addresses them properly in the common tongue. I'm like, yo, this is fucking flea bottom that we're at. Wait a minute. Unless I'm misremembering, I feel like I have not heard anyone really mispronounce that at all, which is weird.
Although Elon keeps trying to make cis and weird
from flea bottom, like dealing with like
you mean Elon Musk? Elon Musk?
Yeah, he's gone local.
That guy's cray.
Who?
Oh, yeah,
Elon Musk.
Oh,
Yes, no, Jackie, you're totally right. It's so true. Like I mean, look at what's being slung at Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Harris. It's
Yeah.
just
I mean,
some of the stuff that I have seen in the last week is unbelievable.
So
Like
Yeah.
in 2024.
my biggest gripe is that people
Mhm.
and I probably use it too, but not very often. I hate it when people call people pussies because
Yes.
it implies like you're a wimp, you're soft. And it's like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Pussies are the most durable fucking thing in the human
Bruh.
body.
Yep.
And
Look,
it's
They're self-lubricating.
Look,
They're self-cleaning.
they're self-lubricating
And they have to
and
survive
self-cleaning.
out there.
Self-cleaning.
And periods.
like,
No,
Like, imagine if
the
you had
most
an oven that was
important
self-cleaning.
thing, the most important thing. Look, whole ass babies grow because of that in 9 months, bruh. We're literally creating life, and don't okay. So for anyone that is not actively participating in the chat and is watching or may watch later, don't try to come into that bullshit in Heidi's comments like we're man haters or none of that. No, we fully recognize that one cannot happen without the other. That is how humans are worked at a fundamental level. However, what we're saying is all of the bad shit always seems to just be put on the backs of women, and that's fucked up. And we do not stand that.
I was gonna say it's like,
Oh my God, Ming.
Exactly, they take a fucking pounding and they keep on fucking ticking. And also, I feel like I would not be me if I did not say they are also very fucking delicious. So if you have a pussy near you
like
that
a
you are
sweet
not
treat.
taking care of, I need you to get your fucking act together and take care of your woman's pussy. Okay. That's all I'm
The other
saying.
thing, but to what you're saying back, so also saying when you know someone is lacking balls, like doesn't have balls, like
no, and like
it's
that I think
it's
is emasculating as well. Although like you know, like when dudes like call people pussies, like and I'm like there in front of them.
Jackie.
I'm sorry. I was like, oh, you mean limp dick, right? You mean limp dick. You mean whiskey dick, right? Instead of pussy.
Yeah,
you know, it's like
exactly.
It's all meant to be
Basically, stop with the insults that have to do around genitalia. So
Because let's be real. Well, hold on. Let's be real. You know, again, for anyone that doesn't know me, you know, I am very much a loving lady. So what I will say is, stop trying to act like pussy is not the best fucking shit in the world. And treat it respectfully and accordingly.
Constance, are you my sister, Constance?
Basically, everyone's an asshole because everybody has an asshole.
Yeah.
That part. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think being an asshole makes sense because it's like, it's not
gender neutral. Everybody's an
desirable, and everyone has one, right? Yeah. Oh, it's a different Constance. Constance, I have a sister named Constance Thomas.
See,
did your crown fall off?
This is why I love hanging out with Heidi.
Have I ever told you guys that I'm at my girl gang? Like we're the genitals. So
Yes, I remember. Yeah, we talked about that. I think it was when I wasn't there, but I think it was something that you guys were doing with the Creatives Guild. And you had broke that down for us.
This is so weird. So Constance Thomas, this is my sister's name.
Oh, from New Zealand. Hello. I love New Zealand.
Your sister's in New Zealand? Dang.
No, it's not my sister. It's a different Constance.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Constance Thomas. Isn't that weird?
Okay,
So
Constance.
I was feeling a little bit shy because I thought my sister was coming in when we were talking about pussies.
Okay, well, what I will say, Constance, I have never been to New Zealand, but I have seen your wonderful country because I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan and just fantasy fan overall. I know there's a lot of fantasy movies that have been filmed over there. I appreciate that y'all gave us that setting of the Shire because that shit looked freaking awesome to be in. And also I'm a big fan of the Maori, and I know there's a large population of
the Maori, yes,
everyone there. Yes.
Also
he
is
the originators of the haka, and I always love seeing a good haka. Your people are awesome. I stand y'all. That's all I wanted to
And
say.
Sam
Go ahead,
Neill-
Tati.
Sam Neill's
Also for the
from
national
Minnesota.
airlines, their in-flight safety videos are amazing. It's literally Hobbit themed. It's perfection.
Oh,
I love it.
I just want to say that Sarah says pussy is also a fun type of bow on a blouse.
Oh,
I didn't know
that
that.
too.
Thank you for that information.
In my day, we used to call it a secretary blouse. Who's Vicky talking to?
she's just like, no, she's saying it to us. She's just like,
I was just
she
saying,
walked
She's
away.
going to the kitchen to get.
I need more rum. Don't judge me.
Oh, we won't.
We
I
will.
yeah.
bought a bottle of wine, so
Bex, in my when I was in high school, we used to call the bows with the pussy the blouses with a pussy bow. We used to call them secretary blouses because I guess it was secretaries wore them. Like this is back in the 80s.
I
I'm
mean-
talking about.
I mean, like,
Oops.
that's kind of how I view them.
Yeah, but now they call it a pussy
Oh,
bow.
I didn't know that was. what they
I didn't
call
know that
them, which
either.
is-
I found it out a couple of years ago that this was a thing. Okay, AK, I'll be right back. You guys, can you take over for a minute?
Sure.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. Can I say one last thing?
You can
You know,
say whatever you want. I'll be right back.
as an ode to the pussy, or in the language of my West Indian people, the punani. I am a big Kill Bill fan, and if you remember Kill Bill 1, I believe she woke up from her coma and stole a truck from a very disgusting nurse that she killed on her way out, and I appreciate that. And yeah, she stole the pussy wagon. And the one reason that little plot point stays in my brain is because when she gets all the way, it was Spain or Mexico, well, one of those little Latino countries that she finds Bill's mentor in. And when they're having that conversation, he looks at her and he was like, "Oh, wait, okay, you got dropped off by a taxi. They said you were in a truck." And her response is, "Yeah, my pussy wagon broke down." And he's an old school pimp. That's literally what he does. She is in the middle having this meeting in his whorehouse, and he's like, "Oh, the pussy broke. So sad."
I love it.
That conversation, for whatever reason, that is one of the first things that I've like committed to memory over the last couple decades since that movie has been out, because I just thought it was a great line and it was hilarious. But back to these Westerosi streets here though.
Yeah.
I very much appreciated a lot of what I heard in this episode. Is this the one, or was that the last episode?
The Red Sowing with the
it was the episode before when he tried to offer Vale the airship to Driftmark.
That was episode 5.
Was it 5? Okay, yeah. I'm mixing up my timelines. I mixed up my timelines. I apologize. But look, wiggle your big toe. Exactly. Yes. And yeah, she understood the assignment 100%. So yeah, so for this episode where we have all of that, and I love that when as soon as they got the word that like Seasmoke is out there and he has a writer, and Rhaenyra didn't miss a beat. She got out there, was like, hey, excuse me, you're on a dragon that is bonded to House Targaryen, and you ain't the motherfucker that I last saw on that dragon. So who are you? And it wasn't even the conversation that she and Adam had. It was the conversation between Seasmoke and Cyrax.
That was a Western showdown, yeah.
Look, if you go back and watch, like I always do the live watch alongs. If you go back and watch me, and I know I haven't watched Meeks' reaction yet, but the consensus I got across many people on Twitter is all of us came up with conversations that they were having on the spot. Basically, they touched down, and of course, Seasmoke is doing Seasmoke. Like, look, I got y'all try to give me that other asshole back there, the darkling boy. I didn't tell y'all I wanted a darkling. I said dark skinned, and here he go. I just wanted y'all to meet him. And Cyrax, of course, because she an old lady and she looking at him like, why? Who the fuck you got in my house, Seasmoke? I didn't tell you that you could have company. When you left going to school today, you were supposed to come home and just you be home. We didn't say you could have company. And Seasmoke comes back with the, okay, but look, I understand, okay? I have been trying to get him to come to y'all, but he didn't want to come, so I had to go get him. And now we here.
It's like that old, like, you know, it's like, oh, look who I found. Can I keep him? Can I keep him? Like that.
Right. Exactly. And I love that immediately Adam was like, okay, look, I am not trying to get killed out here for this bullshit. Okay, look, the dragon came after me, ma'am. I didn't orchestrate this, okay? He came and got me. I was minding my own business. I was just trying to fish. And maybe am I yelling? I'm sorry. The rum is strong. I apologize.
No, it's fine. I love your passion.
She was saying, he was basically saying, like, look, he came and got me. Okay, I had no designs on this. I wasn't trying to come in and disrupt nothing. But since I'm here, I would love for you to teach me how to properly do this dragon righted thing. You know, he's asking for the How to Train Your Dragon playbook, and I appreciate that he knew that was the correct answer to give, and he immediately bent the knee, because again, I mean, like, really, what else was he gonna do? Because obviously,
I notice I have my little Damon here.
I don't have any pops.
He's so cute, huh?
He's so cute.
I'm so sorry.
That's not the same thing.
100%, Jackie.
One, Tatiana?
One thing
I got a jazz gear pop, but that's not the same thing.
He really did, Mink. Go ahead, Beck. Sorry.
Yeah, I was like, one thing, just like Cyrax was the first voice we heard and was the last voice we heard, because that was the other dragon conversation, was like
come at me, bitch. Come at me.
Come on.
The best thing about House of the Dragon from season 1 up to now that I love is the personality they have given these dragons, because you could say like there was a bit of a differentiation looking at the Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion, but when it comes to the personalities, though, you can see that clearly here with all of these dragons. There's no way you can mistake one for the other ever. And I love that, because I think that stays truer to the lore that these dragons are literal extracurricular magic. Are direwolves magic as fuck? Yes. Are lizard lions, the white lions of the Westerlands? Yeah. They're probably all magical creatures, but none of them are on the level of a dragon.
AK, before you move on, I was just going to say, Kirsty. So this is cool. We've got Kirsty from Australia, and then we have
the Pacific is represented tonight.
This is their
right. That's what I'm saying.
They're in the past.
No, we are in the past.
No, we're in the past. You're in the future.
We're in the past.
They're living in the future.
They're the future.
And we appreciate y'all being here. We appreciate you being here. Thank you for coming to check us out on this random ass thing. It's great.
And also, we're kind of like, we're all North America. So we've got Tatiana.
Yeah.
We've got
you're North America. I'm Caribbean.
You're America.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I mean, okay, for originating from Guyana, fellow Caribbean here. Where are you from, Tati?
I'm from Puerto Rico. Born, bred, and still living here.
Becks is
How the hell am I just now knowing that?
And I'm in Canada, so we're representing.
I'm Puerto Rican.
Hold on. Where are you right now?
I'm in San Juan. I live in San Juan.
Why the fuck did I think you were across the pond over in Europe somewhere?
Girl, bitch, I wish. I wish.
Did you think she was
where? I think I did. I don't know where I got that notion from.
We never discussed it.
Okay, but I mean, I lived for 6 months in England, if that helps, but that was like 6 years ago.
I don't know why I thought that's where you were, but
Mink is
hold on, let me toss up.
I wish.
Well, who has to make Mink?
Mink, yeah.
Okay, Mink, I see you, bruh. What go on, brethren? What go on?
Sup, neighbor? What up?
And I'm in the Great White North. I'm like the North of the Wall people.
She said the Great White North.
I am. I'm in the
she's the vanilla bean frappuccino of the lot.
Lean's
I
asking if
live in
they've
a
released any
neighborhood.
Funko Pops of House of the Dragon Dragons yet. I don't know if they have. To be
Wait.
honest,
What is the
TBH.
question? What is the question?
Have
Lean
they
is
released-
asking,
released
have they
it?
released
I-
any Funko Pops for the
I
House
will
of the Dragon
say-
Dragons?
I will say no because I have not seen Meeks or Fandom talk about them yet, and they are like
Yeah, they
my
will.
pops connoisseurs. So I don't think they do.
Cyrax.
Lean's also
Oh
from
wait,
Barbados.
Lee from Barbados, brethren, wagwan. So many words
I don't know
in
that
one
language.
shot.
How do you say this?
I don't know that language, but hi, neighbor.
Block Wayne.
I can. Okay, let me translate. No, it Gawain.
I don't know. I was saying Gawain, like you
No,
know Gawain.
No. What the correct pronunciation would be wagwan sistren. Like how I said brethren. That
Yeah.
brother, a fellow homeland of the West Indies member. That's basically what they
Awesome.
say. So yes, wagwan brethren. I'm so happy to see all of y'all.
Go on.
Thank you. Make sure if you're not subscribed to my girl Heidi, hit the button right now.
Aw, thank you so much, AK.
Fabulous.
So there is a Cyrax Funko.
Oh, is there? Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh,
That's
It's
nice.
nice,
cute.
very nice.
I have my dad.
I think there's a Mayleys too, but I don't know. If
I have
that's
my
real.
Danny on Dragonstone, which some people have
there's
complained that they
amazing-
wanted to see
I-
Rhaenyra on Dragonstone, like in her
Okay,
throne, in her
I
throne.
understand that, but I definitely love that Danny has Funko there.
Isn't
It
she
makes
cute?
sense.
That's so pretty.
She's
I mean,
so sweet.
honestly, I would love a queen. See, I'm not going to call her the queen that never was. I'm going to call her the queen that should
No.
have been. I would love to
Exactly.
see Auntie Nisi on the
Oh,
Iron
I was
Throne.
telling- you know what? I was going to say, if everyone wants to put their heritage or their culture or what have you in the chat, do that.
Yes,
I'd
yes.
love to-
Make
love to
me
see
put
it.
me
I'm
on
just like-
right now.
I'm super
Guyana
waspy.
Bon.
So there.
I don't
it's
know how
funny.
to do that in here.
I was going to tell you guys actually, I bought my mom an ancestry kit and then she passed away and they weren't able to get it before she passed away
Aw.
because, well, I know, because apparently you have to do quite a bit of saliva in the test.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So my sister gave me the kit and she keeps saying, well, you're going to be the same ancestry as me. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, you don't know
No,
that.
that's not. Yeah, I mean,
I don't
like,
know why she keeps saying that
so-
to me. And I'm like, you don't
so-
know that.
no,
First off, we could have different fathers for all I know.
well, but even with like
I've seen those
sibling-
tests ruin lives.
Yeah.
right,
Oh,
but
here we
even
go,
with like
Constance's.
sibling DNA, when you're absolutely sure, like, because like it doesn't actually say like, oh, this is your ancestry. It's comparing your DNA
says-
to other
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
people
interesting.
around the world.
And it says that there's a connection there, right? Yeah, not
Right.
necessarily that you're directly related to this person, but
Mm.
there are those same gene markers in them.
Exactly. So it's not,
Diana?
yeah.
Like it's very interesting. Also, like I have worked at a number of hotels, and one thing that I found hilarious and heartwarming is there was I forget what the function was that was in town in my city, but there were a lot of ladies and men in that thing that were staying at my hotel, and there was a particular group, I think it was like 4 or 5 older ladies that when they checked in, I heard the accent because West Indian folks can always catch each other on the accent immediately. And I end up being able to speak with them at some point. Something was wrong with their room and I had to go up and try to help them fix it. And I did. And they were talking. And as I'm listening to them talk, I'm hearing things that I've heard my mother and my aunt say. And I had to turn around and I'm saying, excuse me, ladies, where are y'all from? If you don't mind me asking. All of them were from Guyana,
Wow.
which is where my family is from. And I was like, okay, I'm like, what part of Guyana were you from? And they said, Camberville. I said, okay, wait, hold on. I know people that were from there. Come to find out, these women actually were friends with my great grandmother.
Oh, wow.
That is cool.
Listen, I did not have to tell them that. Once I told them what my name was, my last name is Kingston. That's my dad's last name. They were able to put it together on almost automatically in their and they called my granny Miss Day. And yeah, that makes sense because my great granny was that bitch. 100%. And think about it, these are elderly women calling my grandma Miss something. That's not actual vernacular in West Indian people. You know, if you're in the same age range, you just call each other by your name. But they gave my great grandmother that respect. So I was like, oh my God. I was almost in tears because it really isn't every day that I get to meet older folks, especially from Guyana. It's really
from
cool.
the West Coast. Welcome to
Hello
the
from the West Coast. Oh, he is living in the past. If you're on the West Coast, yeah, they're like 3 hours behind us.
Australia is the future. Jackie,
welcome. I love it.
Your family, she's saying that she's just boring, which is not true at all. You're not boring at all.
I don't think you're not boring at all, Jackie.
Do you know when your family came to America?
Also Sarah Rogers. Since the Philippines and the Caribbean were both colonized by Spain, I consider us like ancestral cousins. So fuck cuz. I've been waiting to do that for like the longest time.
Not only Spain, like the three big ones rampant in the West Indies were
the Dutch, the Spanish, and the English.
Spain,
right.
the Portuguese, and the Dutch.
Right.
Can you imagine one person being half Indian and half Jamaican? Like, I mean, that's kind of crazy, right?
Yeah.
I literally can because I know people with that heritage.
I'm joking because of what Trump just said about Kamala Harris. Like, you know,
that fucking guy. Ugh.
Yeah.
I
am not looking forward to reverting back to like 1930 laws. But that's enough of that conversation, though. Let's get back to these dragon streets.
Of course.
Anyways, let's do the red sewing because I have to go soon. I literally have to go.
Oh yeah.
Wait, you were echoing a bit there. Say that again, please.
Let's do the red sewing because I have to go soon.
Yeah.
Like really soon.
Yes. Go ahead, kick it off.
Go.
So the cinematography, perfection. It felt like I was like I said in the beginning of this video, it was like being in a goddamn video game and being an NPC. And it was terrifying and awesome, and I love Thor.
It did feel like a video game, Tatiana, actually. That's a really good point. A first-person player.
Basically, yeah.
May I ask a question? I'm sure you guys touched on it, but I didn't. I wasn't here, so I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. Jace with his teenage angst moment. Talking to Rhaenyra, asking, being bothered about the what is considered lowborn in their world on these dragons. I am of a mind to where if you have a better idea, actually, baby, no, this was your fucking idea, and it has been executed masterfully, and we have writers now for. Two of our biggest dragons. I'm not like just completely closed off to where his mind space is. I understand. I truly do. However, like Rhaenyra said, I would ask him, what else would you propose? Because if we don't get writers on these dragons, we will lose. We have been losing. Team Black has had L after L after L in this fight so far. Our only salvation is if we get some writers on these spare dragons that we have. And if we don't do that, we are going to die. So are you trying to just give up the fight now? Like what? Exactly. And that also is just a random shit that pissed me off because these kids literally had like 3 daddies and none of y'all really truly taught them how to fight.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I think what Jace needs is to like listen to some Nirvana. He needs to listen to some Evanescence. You know, get that early teen angst.
There's a solution.
Oh, I know, but like, he needs the teen angst music.
Well,
that's wrong.
Here's the solution. Hold on. The better solution is baby girl, baby boy. I'm sorry, Jace. Go and talk to your woman. Okay, go talk to Bela because she literally seems like the only one that's able to make you see reasoning when you want some bullshit. Go give her a hug and talk to your baby. Okay.
So one thing we talked about Jace a lot early in the stream,
Yes, and I missed that. That's why I asked. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then the other thing, it's like you and I are gonna have to have like an off-camera conversation.
Right. It literally is a whole ass of the stream that we could do. I know, Bex.
Well,
I
yeah,
know.
It's like there are a lot of things like
There's a lot of nuance in it.
you're not wrong, but also at the same time, like
Yeah.
Jesus, like kind of like you're giving all these, other like it is his only line to legitimacy is the fact that he has a dragon, and now
It's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. No.
In the
We're gonna
in the eyes of the realm, it kind of is.
That is the only
Finish
reason
up,
why
and
people-
I'll give you that.
why
Your rebuttal. Go ahead.
Like part of this whole war is the fact that like Rhaenyra had like all these bastard kids. Like her oldest kids are all these
3.
bastard kids.
Yeah.
Like, and then later on, and this is like the part we need to talk offline because we get into spoilers.
Yeah, it's spoilers. Right.
So that's
Okay.
what I don't want to do. But you and I.
Okay. See, here's my rebuttal to that. When it comes to Jace, and also Luke and Joffrey, because they are in the same vein.
Same.
Because Harwin is their daddy also.
Yeah, fair.
Jace, first of all, Jace figured this out when you figured this out when you were 9, baby boo. Okay, you saw through it, and you recognized enough to know to look at your mama like is that my daddy?
Funeral, not at
Right. Okay. And again, yes, we know that's your daddy. No smoke and all that. However,
Right.
what Jace is failing to remember and take into account is it's not a dragon that made him heir to the throne. It's his mother. He has always, from day one, even though Alicent was questioning and trying to spread rumors, it doesn't matter. No, Viserys canceled that shit when he said, that is my heir. And now through her, Jace is her heir. He is on the books. All of those bastards, even Hugh said where his mom was from and whatnot, but where's the paperwork on that? Ulf, he cannot necessarily either prove who exactly is the parent that holds his lineage. None of those other bastards did. The only thing they have is the silver hair. So yeah, right. You can take into consideration that they are bastards. They are dragon seeds, and this is even from the book, not just from the show, but dragon seeds have always stood a little bit above random regular bastards with like the rivers names or whatever. That's just how it is. Everyone already knows Jace has been recognized as Rhaenyra's heir from day one.
Okay, so not to go into like this isn't book spoiler stuff Rhaenyra,
no, this is all that they've shown on the show already.
Hold on. Rhaenyra was also Viserys's heir, and look where the fuck we are. And like that doesn't matter. Like once that's what I'm saying though. That the heirship is still the heir where the ruling monarchy says it's supposed to be. That's why when it comes to these dragon season, also he's sitting there calling them mongrels and baseborn.
Yeah, I agree with that.
My guy, look, this is not a case of they not like us. No, this is a case of motherfucker, they are exactly like you. You also could be put into this category.
Right.
And if you think it's just a dragon that stands that out, it's not.
That's the thing. It's like he's projecting. Like this is like
that's what I'm saying. It's teen angst, and he's restless. He needs to come correct on his shit though.
No, but I'm sorry. Like I think he has a legitimate like complaint. Like, is he right? No. Is he like
valid? Because there is also, like he said, that these bastards that have dragons that have basically live nukes. If when Rhaenyra dies, they might come contesting the throne. It could be a Blackfire Rebellion before the Blackfire Rebellion.
No, the rebellions. There weren't even dragons involved in the Blackfire Rebellion.
Yeah, it would be like a Blackfire Rebellion with dragons.
Yeah.
Guys, so Jackie says those
Go ahead.
dragons are a big responsibility and power. Not everyone should have one.
No, I understand that. I'm not disputing that at all. However, for where we are now, this is a special case to where if you are going to actually win and get rid of the people that usurped your throne, then you have to have an edge on them. The only way for Rhaenyra to do that is to
Bex has
put
left the chat.
riders on these dragons. No, she hasn't left the chat. No, she just
No, I'm kidding.
she's probably going to the kitchen or to the bathroom.
But
The only way for Rhaenyra to get that together is to put riders on these spare dragons.
Yeah, totally agree. But so that's Chaos Theory says the mongrels thing was fucked up, and we talked about that
100%.
earlier. Definitely, because that's a very
And it's coming from a place
derogatory-
of insecurity.
and
I understand that.
Yeah,
It is, and I get where his mindset is, but where his mindset is for the situation, taking everything into context that is going on, he is dead fucking wrong here. He is dead wrong because look, again, like Rhaenyra said, yo, okay, what would you have me do? Silence. He has no other options or another thing. And again, let me remind you, this was Jace's idea. He is the one that came up with this. He thinks that that she should have kept looking to the Highborns. Highborns would have been even more entitled to do some nonsense. So that is just that's just not the right way to go.
Alicia, one of the things. Sorry, go ahead. Okay, Bex, you go, and then I'll.
I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Bex.
I think like one of the bigger, where you and I are arguing about like yeah, you're right. Like in a strategic level, it's like he needs to like not care about that shit and like just like move forward. And we talked about this where it's like this was his idea, but I think like the purpose where it comes in the story is the fact that him and Rhaenyra have never had that conversation. Like, I mean, it's clear now they never had
fully about his dad.
Yeah.
Okay, see, I understand that.
I think it serves multiple purposes, and whether or not it needs to come at this point. Or
he could have had that conversation with her without being an outright disrespectful cunt. That's what I'm saying. And half of what he said and how he said it, that little bass he tried to put in his voice, boy, you are not stupid. No. You are a very intuitive young man to see how things should teenager. Well, I mean, well, for their years in adulthood and stuff is different from ours. I always try to separate that. So for him in his world, he is already a man grown. So for you to have the inner knowledge, the context of what is happening here, you cannot try to come over here and put this on your mom. Yo, I understand, Jace. I get it. You're feeling insecure. You feel like you have not been properly utilized in this war preparation. Like you got to go on your two little side quests, but you only went on one because you were able to sneak out the castle. And I get it. I know he wants to be of more help, and he is insecure about some of the things that are happening, but what he needs to realize again is his name is on the books. He is the express heir of Rhaenyra Targaryen. From day one, he has been that. None of those bastards, even with their dragons, can show exactly where their lineage lies. But again, so I don't think that he was undercover. And also, it's the High Lords that would meet and choose someone to be on the throne, like what the King Jaehaerys did to do that. None of those High Lords are going to pick a base-born motherfucker.
Right. But again, so like his whole life, it's like he was called a bastard behind his back or to his face. I'm sure, like stickers and
I agree. He definitely was.
And as much as like you're saying, it's like, well, his name's on the books. Like his mother's name is on the books, and they're now in a war. So there's still like like that. That's
because there was an opposing faction that was also on the same station.
But again, that's not a guarantee. And like now we have like potential opposing factions, and then we need to get in like them having a conversation about all this shit anyway that they've never had.
Now, if Aegon was a baseborn, like if his mother would have been one of the small folk, do you think we would be in the same position here right now?
Well, I mean, again, this is the part where I can't talk more about this
That's what
because
she's saying.
we're getting spoilers.
Are you thinking about the fourth
No,
and how it relates to that? No, okay.
In this story, but
I'm just saying. I
Alicia,
think.
Alicia.
Go ahead, Heidi.
Alicia.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. I was just going to say, Tatiana, do you need to say something?
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh,
This-
Tati, do you have to go?
This discussion is very interesting, but I do have to go.
I know.
I already late,
Tati is
please.
definitely living on
Tatiana,
different time
hopefully-
zones.
AK and I are
hopefully
like
you can-
gonna like fight about this like over
Tatiana, hopefully you can.
Oh no,
come
we're
to
not
the
gonna
finale.
go. No, we're not.
Yeah, I think I can cover the finale. I might have to once again leave early, but I'm
Okay.
not sure yet.
Okay,
But I think I
Tati.
can make it, or not. I'll
So
try.
we'll-
Sunday, the Sunday of the finale, Tati. What time will it be? If it's 9:00 here in the US, what time will it
Yeah,
be?
it's 9:00. Yeah.
It's all- are we on
He's trying to get
time?
home.
Yeah, we only change time zones for winter and daylight savings.
Okay.
That's when that's when I'm an hour later.
Okay, well,
Aw.
let me
Jackie?
extend the invitation now though. Are you watching like right at 9:00 when the episode drops?
I pray that I do because my the last time I couldn't because my job called me at the last minute to cover
And you have to go in.
She was
Okay.
trying to race home. She was telling
and
us
had
the
to
story.
close shop.
What I will do then is I will send you the link to the choose your side. You know, all what they've been saying. All side. Everyone must choose a side. I will send you the link to make a banner, Team Green or Team Black. And if you are free after the episode, I'm doing an after show discussion.
Ooh,
Come through.
Oh, night
I will
of.
send you the invitation for that. Yes, the
Oh,
night
I
of.
will. I will.
Yes,
I will try. I will do my best
I will send you
to
the
make it.
link for that also, Bex. And Heidi, if you're going to be up, I will send it to you
Monday,
as well.
Actually, Monday's
Come
a
through-
holiday.
come
I
through
can
for
do
the
it,
after show.
Totally.
Oh,
I
good.
can do it. Monday's a
Perfect.
holiday for
Perfect.
me.
Wait, no. Monday is the full discussion. The after show is on Sunday, right after
Sunday
the
night,
episode.
but I mean Monday's a holiday, so I can stay up late. Is what
Perfect.
I'm saying.
Perfect. And I
I
already
will-
got
I
you.
will do
You're
my
gonna choose your
best.
banners.
Thanks so much, Tatiana.
So,
But you'll
yeah,
come for the
and I got Bex. It's awesome.
The season finale show, right? Next week, hopefully.
Thank you.
Are you coming through,
This was
Tati?
so much fun. I will do my
Yes.
best to make it to the
Right.
after show.
I hope you get some
Pray that I don't get called in on Sunday.
Remember,
Pray that I don't
Awesome.
get called in on
Absolutely.
Monday.
Do a protection spell. For
Please.
yeah.
look,
Please.
Beck's getting her charm going on over here.
Calling in on Sunday. No, like,
Blessed be.
Bye,
Bye,
guys.
Tatiana.
Love you
Awesome.
all.
Love you guys.
Love
See
you
you next
too.
week.
See you.
Okay, bye. No,
All right.
what I was just going to say, Alicia, is that one of the
Wait,
things
let me
that
get Bex up here.
Bex and I were talking about is that one of the things we found with this sort of little bit of conflict with Jace is that
Mm-hmm.
I think it made him a more compelling character. You know, he's been kind of like a little bit boring for me in this season so
okay.
far.
I understand that. I mean,
So I
I
feel
think
like
I've enjoyed his
adding-
character.
Well, I don't feel like
Go ahead.
he's done too much, and
mean-
also he's wearing the same outfit, which has kind of irked me a little bit.
Well, he hasn't.
he started out on a high, and then
Yeah, he started on a high.
stalled,
Yeah.
and that's part of the problem. He stalled, and like Rhaenyra is making all these decisions with Mysteria instead of
Yes, that's probably.
I mean,
irking
okay,
him.
see, okay. Here's the thing, though. When it comes to making moves like that in the monarchy, you're not always going to consult your child. And I get it. He is, in his world, he is, I believe him and Vale are around 16 or so. And yes, he is a man grown. She is a woman grown. And we've already seen that conversation between her and Rhaenyra where she said, your grandmama was that bitch. I leaned on her and she always made shit happen. And
Right.
I know that would expressly under that tutelage. So I feel like I need to lean on you too, if you can. And Bela, from everything that we've seen, she is on point at every beat. Bella does not miss a step. So that already says again, if anything happens like to Uncle C or whatever, Rhaenyra knows already that she's gonna be able to hang with Bella, and they're gonna be able to try to navigate this shit together. But
I'm just gonna address
go ahead, Bex.
Christie's for now, I think Visaria is going to be.
I mean, pretty much, and that's what I was saying earlier. Team Black has taken like L after L after L in this conflict so far. So right here, this is legit where they have the chance to pull ahead, and they have the higher number of dragons under them. They have they have the riders.
Well,
so these riders can get on the dragons, and I don't think that has to mean that Jace needs to be any more insecure about his position. That's just not how it works.
Let's think about the whole season. Like Rhaenyra keeps like running off. She keeps kind of like not trusting Jace, not like considering like at the end of last season, she's like, yes, go fly to the north, go fly to the Vale, like be my diplomat.
Yeah, she needs to send envoys out there. Yeah,
but then it like be my envoy, and then she sidelined him, and like they only finally kind of got to a point when like he was because he was like, well, the whole thing about it being just Targaryens, like that's kind of bullshit. And this is a little bit like writer bullshit too, where it's kind of like, wait, he suggested it and now he's upset about it, which
but that's one of the things I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think it's covering a couple of things, like because she's sidelining him for because that's another whole big thing. It's like he's like, was this her idea or is this your idea? Like so he has like feeling very like isolated and ostracized because of that, like for good or for bad, like like he has reasons, like just to like say like
no, I'm not saying he doesn't.
Yeah,
no,
like he has a lot of reasons and he has legitimate reasons. Like he's wrong, but he's right.
Here's the thing with that though. Again, when it comes to Jace and his position, he has his position. It has never been in doubt because, again, it comes through his mom and the people that are fighting for them to get into power. If they win and she gets over there, once that happens, he is the heir. It is on the books. We know where his lineage is. Is he a bloodline tie to House Valerian? No. But regardless of that, he fully is a blood tie to House Targaryen. And Rhaenyra is the heir, so that automatically protects his position. Even if Rhaenyra dies right now, it's kind of like Stannis, when Stannis was talking to Davos. If he dies, okay, I'll die, but then you will continue this battle to put my daughter on the throne. Right. This is literally the same thing here. Right. Jace wants to be more useful. He wants to be in a little bit more, I think, in the thick of things. But like Bela said when he was talking to her about it, bro, she's trying to protect you. You don't understand. Like, you think that all will be lost if she falls. The greater catastrophe would be if you are lost, because then there's a whole other number of things that she has to go through to get her next heir, which would be Joffrey, on the throne. And he's a lot younger than Jace, and Luke for that matter. So that means that if something happens to her, there's a regency that has to come in, and that's where problems can occur with regencies.
I think you're giving Rhaenyra a lot more credit right now. Like,
then what? Okay, then what?
Then I don't think she's Sorry, the edibles also kicked in a little bit.
I love how Bex is doing this, by the way.
Oh, because I'm sweating.
Oh, this.
It's right. Yeah, it's the edibles. When you incorporate edibles into anything that like speeds up
I
your
should've
heart
taken
rate,
some
like
edibles. I
great
wish I'd done
conversation, it ends up overheating your body.
You guys, I'm
and
just
yeah,
saying,
that's
Oh,
what
I'm listening to
I've
the two of you
been,
talk. I'm enjoying it.
This thing is like, this is not like.
I was gonna say, yeah,
It's
it
not
looks.
great.
What is that made out of? It looks like it's
polyester.
made of like rayon and polyester, and that is not. I've been an athlete, and if you've been an athlete in high school, that's what our uniforms are made out of, and they are not
I feel
airy
I feel
things
hot
at all.
Yeah, I mean, I
for
have like a
Bex.
fan like right underneath
Yeah.
me.
I mean, I feel like you need to turn it up though, because we can visibly see you are uncomfortable.
Oh well, but I'm also like, like just sitting in the same spot, and
That's all. So we want to make sure you're okay.
yeah, no, I'm like, yeah, no, it's like I'm just sweating a little bit.
Yeah. By
or-
the way, Jackie is saying, and I have to agree with this.
I
Jason
feel
Cameron
that.
need to wed and start making heirs ASAP. I
feel that.
I kind of feel like it just seemed weird that they haven't wed yet.
Yeah, because it would exactly. I feel like it's weird that even though they are in these younger ages, it doesn't make sense that they would not be wed at this point in time, because it's almost like the freaking folly of Robb Stark. If you would have just went ahead and married that girl, like right there on the spot, then you would not have had half of the issues you ran into.
Yeah. Well,
it was a dumb circumstance, and I feel like they should have been smarter here and just went ahead and got them married to get everything solidified.
Yep.
So, and I think like that's always the problem in like stories like these. Like at some point it's like, like why don't you do this? Or like in like with Jace and Rhaena, it's like
because plot
and like blah, blah, yeah, and like yeah. And we have like a lot of exactly because plot. Also, oh God.
Say it.
It's a book spoiler thing.
Okay, put it in the private chat. Put it in private chat. Type it up.
Guys, so I think maybe we're gonna start rounding it up.
Yeah,
wrapping up. Okay, yeah, for sure. Okay.
But
sorry,
what
go
I did
ahead.
want
Heidi,
to talk
my bad.
about before we wrap it up, I should say, is because we've all been having some beverages.
yes, Bex.
Okay, so this, I love this. When Aemon is in the small council meeting and he's like, "What's going on?"
Boy,
And he goes out on the balcony and like he just runs down, hops on his horse.
He gets word.
Jesus.
Okay. Do you see? Honestly, I think that final sequence is okay. Look, Jackie. Look, okay. See, like you don't know me and Bex's life. Okay, don't be trying to come for us for our private chats. All right, we be sliding into each other's DMs. Don't judge us. And for anyone new that's listening, that is pure sarcasm.
Oh my God,
Jackie is her homie, and she know we playing. So is Bex.
Yeah.
But no, like, for this episode, I feel I think that's my I think that's my favorite.
That lady in the brothel, with the fan, like she had the fan.
I mean, that is a lovely fan, though.
She was some major character, but she ended up just being some lady in the brothel.
Found this
just some random chick that was there.
I found this at the Franklin Avenue 4523 subway station, like literally like on the floor. I mean, it was a couple years ago, so.
I feel look that's how shops in NYB. But I think that whole sequence at the end there was really freaking cool. So first of all, my one criticism, my completely actual, real, not joking criticism for Aemon in this scene is, if you have to hurry up and jump on horseback to ride out to where Vhagar is, she's too far away. That what if there wasn't an imminent? Okay, well, no, I understand she's healing from the last battle they were in, but let's say if Rhaenyra would have decided right then and there to take every now man dragon over to
Yes,
King's Landing,
Very true. Very accurate.
she would have been able to get there and put everything to the torch before Aemon was able to jump on Vhagar and come back.
Well,
That's what I'm saying. She's too far away because if you
So
can't just
Vhagar
run
should be
a
in the
couple
courtyard
steps to
of
get to
King's Landing,
Vhagar,
is what you're
you
saying.
have to get on a horse to get to her. That's too big a distance. I'm not willing. For me, in my security mind, I'm not willing to take that amount of time.
all right. Well, first off, he's just now finding out that there are more dragons, or like there.
No, he's not. No, he knew. No, he knew there were. He knew there were more dragons out there.
Yeah, like
Even the dragon
they're just,
riders.
like, now figuring out, like, oh,
He didn't. That there are riders.
to have dragon riders, and
Yeah.
like, and second, like, I don't think Vhagar could like fit in the dragon pit.
Agreed, Ming.
Agreed, Nick. No, I'm not saying she should have been in the dragon pit, but she should have been closer than she was.
But also,
yeah.
Is all I'm
also
saying.
to like keep her like, so she's in like the King's Forest, which is probably just outside one of the gates.
Yeah.
So it's
Where's the
probably
King's
not-
Forest?
It's not that.
No, what I'm
But
saying
it's
is
also-
okay. No, it's not that
It's very
far.
Princess
But
Bride, I
she's
have to
also
say.
well camouflaged there
The whole
because
thing is
she's
feeling
like the
very
same
Princess
color as
Bride.
the trees. So
Okay, but see, here's the thing though. It's
She can't
Vhagar,
fit in the-
and we
Vhagar
are
can't
in a
fit in the dragon
time
pit.
of.
They
We're
should
in a
just put
time
Vhagar
of
right
when
in the-
dragons are a thing.
in the King's
Why
Landing,
does she
like-
need to hide?
well,
There's no
she's-
reason that she would need to be kept
I
hidden.
mean, I don't think she's hiding. It's just
She's
like,
just,
I
like,
think it's like
amongst the
that
foliage.
old lady. She just wants to fucking sleep. Like she's not like a very like.
She's just in amongst the ferns and the
Yeah,
foliage.
and I don't.
I
think
know.
she's
See,
that far.
Jackie, I'm not saying she should have been in the pit. No, she's absolutely far
Yeah,
too
I
big.
know what you're saying.
the
I know what you're
pit.
saying.
Yeah,
I know
I
what
just-
you're saying.
I
I just think she should have been a
I
little
think he
closer. That's all.
He
I
should
just
be
But-
able to go.
She's outside the walls.
Come here, Lottie.
I think she's just
No.
outside the walls.
What is? How do you call a dragon?
All right.
Like, hello, Lottie.
Oh,
We don't know. We didn't get that scene from Hiccup in How to Train Your Dragon. We don't know.
That's you know,
Alright, so-
there should be a way like you're standing on a balcony and then you can call your
I'm
dragon.
sure.
like,
I'm sure there is.
oh, but
I'm
have
sure
to
there is.
say-
We just don't have it. But
we don't-
go
You know,
ahead,
that's
go
what
ahead.
should happen.
I do have to say, like, even though, like, I'm sure that there was a step that got like cleaned up in post production, but like, Jesus Christ, Aemon just like running out and jumping on that horse. It's like,
That was
boy.
amazing. Someone said that
Boy.
was Emmy worthy. Emmy worthy.
I mean,
Oh.
we'll see because he
and he did
recognized.
his own stunt.
Aemon is
He,
sexy.
you know, and I believe that
By
he
the way-
he recognized the need to hurry up and get to her immediately.
Yeah.
But you know, for this final sequence, and also it ties into a little bit of the things that we saw in the trailer. I think this was probably my favorite sequence of the season
Absolutely.
thus far. I would like to hear you guys' opinions on it in a sec once I lay out the groundwork. But it seemed like once everything happened, you know, Ulf, and I've seen a lot of people talking shit about Ulf for this, but I stand him because I stand random petty goodness. And Ulf, when I saw this scene, my thought was, okay, wait, hold on. Is Ulf from the block? And what I mean when I say no, listen.
Like Jenny
What I
from the
mean when I say is Ulf from the. I mean, okay, you know what? See, you said Jenny. I thought you were talking about Jenny Oldstones, but
Jenny
no,
from the block.
that is correct. That is absolutely correct.
Like,
The
from
interpretation you should have had, like, exactly, is Ulf from the block, because y'all know us. I mean, chat room. I don't know if any of y'all from the barrio or from the hood or any of those equivalent places, but when we get some random new cool shit, like if one of us got like a new Tesla off the line, we would we would be up and down the streets of the whole neighborhood talking about, yo, look at me, bitch, look at my shit. That is the same energy that Ulf was given when he did that flyby over Flea Bottom.
Yeah, it was
That's all I'm
awesome.
saying. I appreciated that he did that, because that let us know again, like Heidi just said, yo, don't be fooled by this dragon that I got. Okay, I'm still off from the block, and that's exactly what happened. So I was here for that randomness. with the other dragons that now have riders. We know Vermithor, and if you didn't see my discussion with the homies, Bex was there.
I was there.
And Heidi also actually was there for the discussion on Monday on my channel. AK Watch, go and check that out. I promise you will have a barrel of laughs. It's a good time. We were saying, we had our boy Hugh, Vermithor, the second now biggest living dragon, came and got Hugh. And one of the things I said is that, Vermithor, again, the wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter.
Yeah.
Vermithor, when he did his little sniff of the whole crowd, if you look, the camera pauses just for a split second with his eye on our Sir Hugh, and that's who ended up being his rider later. And again, we saw Vermithor was not for the bullshit. He was ready to throw them L's left and right when need be. And Ulf just not Ulf, but Hugh stood and looked at him like that. Look, if we gonna do this, we gonna fucking do it. Come on. And Vermithor then looked like, okay, you know what, motherfucker? You know what? I knew I liked your smell when I saw you just now. I just wanted to make sure we was really on the same page. And I love that union, and that is how a lot of them happen. And exactly. Yeah. Look, no, you are not the only one. You are not the only one. The number one thing I have heard about Adam is his fandom nickname now is Milli Vanilli. And if you don't know who Milli Vanilli is, Google it. You'll see what we're talking about.
Before you say anything else,
Milli Vanilli is like you're
before you guys say anything else, there's a new biopic.
Right, Becks. I caught that.
About biopic. Becks, is that what it's called?
Biopic.
Yeah,
about Milli Vanilli. There's one coming out.
About Milli Vanilli?
Yeah.
Yes. There's one coming out.
It's called
quick lore on who Milli Vanilli is. If y'all don't know Milli Vanilli, they were a group of two awesome brothers in the 80s. Girl, you know it's true. Oh, I love you. That blame it on the rain. Yeah. If you've heard those songs, that's Milli Vanilli.
One of them, what was so sad about that whole thing is one of them committed suicide.
Yeah, no, it's devastating.
Yeah. Let's dial that back now. Let's get back to these Dragon Streets.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. You were good.
But no, he does.
But yeah, his official name is either for me Smooth Chocolate or Milli Vanilli, because the complexion on these Valerian bastard boys. Look, okay, what's his name, Sir Alan? Well, I mean, he's not Sir Alan, but Alan. He reminds me, and y'all tell me if I'm wrong. He reminds me of Ario Hota.
Ah,
the actor that played him.
He's father though. From,
he does.
He's father from.
He is father in Raised by Wolves.
Yes,
but what I'm saying is he looks in just the bald head, the nice clean smooth chocolate skin, the nice jaw cut that looks like the actor that played Arya Hota. And if you watch Loki season 1 on Disney Plus, that actor is boastful Loki.
That actor is actually in.
Wait, Bex, you didn't catch that?
No, I didn't.
Yes, go back and look. That is boastful Loki that played Arya Hota.
Got it.
No, I was gonna say he's in Sweet Tooth, the actor, the Ario.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
I haven't finished Sweet Tooth yet.
He's Sweet Tooth's protector.
Oh, yeah,
nice.
That I knew.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, and for y'all that
we get mother and father. I was gonna
for y'all that don't recognize those names, go check out these shows on Netflix. Okay, you will not be disappointed.
I saw Adam of Hall.
He played. It's not Arya Hotep. It was Daro Dogan.
Oh, you're talking about a different.
Zaro, Zaxxon, Zoran.
Like, because I never could pronounce.
I can never say the name.
I'll call him Triple X because I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yes, it's Big Man. No, but before, okay, I just was
Yeah,
gonna
no,
say,
but
I
it's
saw
not. It's not Arya Hotep. It's
the
Zarya.
actor who plays Adam of Hull, by the way, is
Mhm.
adorbs, and he has a really
Facts.
great like
Like,
Twitter Twitter account.
Like Adam.
That's
and
awesome.
Ellen are,
Yeah,
like,
he's so cute.
They,
But I
look, they,
saw
they
him.
both are great people.
He
Yeah.
did a tour, like sort of, I think he did a tour of King's Landing in the show, like just the sets
Oh,
and everything.
nice.
And what kind of threw me off is he's got this heavy Scottish accent. I was like,
Oh,
wait a
where?
second.
Wait, where is he from?
I think he's from Scotland.
I mean, I feel you know what that doesn't surprise me. Like there's if you look at the history of transportation from Scotland,
Yes.
and then look up things about the last names of families from Scotland, and then you do like a little cross reference of indentured servants and whatnots in the Americas in those early years. What you'll find is there are a lot of melanated folks that ended up with last names
sorry,
like
he's Irish.
McDonald. And okay, I will amend that statement. I apologize. I was going on what I was told, but okay. But
terrible at
either way, the whole premise of it honestly does still stand. There were a lot of Irish and Scottish folks that were brought over to the United States like as a prison sentence. Some of them
Yeah,
were classified
actually-
as indentured servants and all that. So
Yeah, because it's
go
really
look it up.
interesting 'cause
It's interesting history.
I was doing my Bridgerton. I did a Bridgerton video on like the staff, like the people who worked in the downstairs, and I thought it was really interesting. So a lot
He's
of
in
times
the
they
new
would refer
Cinderella?
to women servants as Bridgets, and that was kind of a derogatory term used for
Interesting.
women because a lot of Bridgets would have been Irish servants. So they were just like,
Oh.
"You're a
Dude, what
Bridget,
if
and you're a
you?
Bridget and you're a Bridget." So that was
Okay,
really
see,
cool.
you know, I will propose, and I'm gonna ask y'all to write it down because again, the rum be strong. Sometimes I probably will not remember this tomorrow, but if one of y'all could write down, let us do a discussion stream or even a video. It doesn't have to be live. We can just record it and post it. But I would love to go through like the meanings of some English terms to us that are just random everyday things and their origins. Like, you know, when you say someone has you wrapped around their middle finger, their little finger, or
Yeah.
or
I
you
think of
have
Sting
someone
when I
wrapped
hear that.
around your little finger. There's very specific places on where phrases like that come from.
Yeah.
And it's just very interesting. If you can make a note of
Etymology?
that, Bex, I think I saw you writing it down. Please remind me
Yeah.
like next week. So let's talk about that. I think
Remind me
it'll be
too.
just a fun, informative session. Yes,
Hello,
indeed.
here to help.
Hello,
Seasmoke.
here to help me. Okay, look, I
God,
appreciate
Courtney.
that.
There is a really good podcast, or well, it's like a trivia.
I love that mix mink.
A live trivia show.
Mhm.
That is in England. It's like called like "There's No Such Thing as a Fish," and it's like this weird esoteric.
Explain.
It's
That sounds like it's a little bit deeper than we're thinking offhand.
no. It's like
No?
it's like a trivia show, but it's like
Mhm.
like they take a topic and like they would take a topic like, oh, here are all these sayings and like what are the origins for it, and like people with like
Nice,
guess what the origin
nice, yeah. I don't remember what I was watching that got me hip to this subject, but yeah, I thought it was just super cool to find out where a lot of these common sayings for us, where they
Right.
really originated.
right.
It's I love
Can
you know
I
random things in
address this
history like that.
comment? Can I address this comment from Kirsty?
Yes,
She
please.
says, Bex, really? I don't know what it is that doesn't draw me in the same way GOT did right from the beginning. And I knew nothing of the books then. I want to love it, but I just don't. Well, that's
Okay. So you mean you want to love House of the Dragon, but you don't?
Yeah,
I mean that's okay.
And Kirsty, like, and I'm like I said from the get go in our conversation,
Mhm.
totally like I understand it. Like I think House of the Dragon is very strong. My big thing is Damon Day, like they had like such rich characters to draw from
Very
at the
true.
very beginning of Game of Thrones because they at least
Yeah.
had like
Many
like,
books.
at least of the three books out, maybe four.
Mm-hmm.
And people knew where a lot of the plot points were going.
Yeah, and they were actual like books where you know, like this series is drawing from, you know, a section like 50 pages of a book, and you know, and hey, like I don't entirely like disagree with you, because I also think it's hard to just jump into such a big story where like Game of Thrones, like you at least like had like a season to like get into. It's like, well, initially it's like who killed John Aaron, and then all of a sudden it's like then everything breaks loose, where like you're kind of like, the problem with the first season especially, it's like we had like 3 time jumps where you know like and like our 2 main characters had 2 different actresses. It's a different kind of story, like, but I think they're doing an excellent job for what it is.
I think in many ways it reminds me, for any of y'all that may have watched the show back in the day, Once Upon a Time. It was an ABC show that and Disney owns ABC, and for this show it basically took it. I won't say it took like all of the original fairy tales, but it took a lot of fairy tales from our world, you know, particularly from like Grimm stories, and it put them into a random package of a New England type town on the coast in America. And what we got was like the evil queen from the Snow White. Was it Snow White? Yes, from the Snow White story, who was the orchestrator of all of this. And we had Snow White, Prince Charming. They were in very different roles, living in this random New Age town in our world. And the son of the evil queen, Regina Mills, I stan her, broke out of the town that they were in and went and found his birth mom. Come to find out, his birth mom is the daughter of Prince Charming and Snow White. And the shenanigans that ensue after this are, you know, I would suggest, if you're going to check it out, if you've never watched it, go for seasons 1 through 4.
Okay.
And everything after that gets a little bit sketchy. They used to be very, very clever on how they did the characters. And I will give you only one spoiler to entice you. When it comes to the story of Little Red Riding Hood, they had Red in this story, and they had her grandma. Her grandma was like this badass, cool hunter with a crossbow that could always protect her family when anybody tried to come to her door with some fuck shit. And her granddaughter Red, well, she made her this special magical red cloak, but Red never liked to wear the cloak. So eventually what we found is, you know, in the forest, there was this random ass rogue werewolf walking around killing innocent people. So, you know, we can't have that. We have to go take care of that. And her, granny, you know, that made this cloak, Red, her boyfriend, was named Peter. And come to find out, you know, if you remember your Grimm fairy tales like I do, Peter and the Wolf is a thing. Little Red Riding Hood, trying to look out for her grandma and do the chores that she needs done, walking through the forest and carrying things, coming up on this big bad wolf, is a thing. But what if little Peter was actually dating the wolf? What if Red was the wolf? And the way that Granny kept that wolf at bay was from that red cloak that she wore.
Yeah.
That is how clever that show used to be. Peter and the Wolf. Y'all know that fairy tale. The wolf was Red Riding Hood.
You know,
and
it's funny.
After that, it fell off, and I didn't like it. So just stick to 1 through 4, and you'll appreciate everything in that story.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bex. It was funny because I was thinking about there's always a diner in these shows. There's always a diner. and
Yes,
there's a
Granny's Diner.
Yeah, and there's a diner in From as well, and the character
There is.
who plays Pinocchio in Once Upon a Time
In Once Upon a Time.
is also in From.
Word, he's on From. See, I have not
Yeah.
watched
But,
From.
like, so
The
like,
only
so
thing
good.
following
Love it.
From there's some TV shows that I follow that I don't actually watch. I just watch the people that break those shows down. I have not watched not one full episode of From. But what I
You'll
do
love
watch,
it.
and y'all should go watch him too, is the homie Tony Teflon. And he's been covering that show from the very beginning.
that, it's so funny. Like, I get
Yeah, it's
YouTube
amazing.
alerts from Tony,
Yeah.
and and the way like it listed, I was like, from what? From what?
Yeah, it's
called
called From, and it's
From
such a clever show.
Yeah.
It really is. So I encourage y'all to go watch it.
I love it. It's
Mhm.
one of my favorite shows, and it's funny because another show I'm watching is what's it called? It's about an alien, and there's a diner in that
alien
as well.
doing
And I
what?
was like, that diner looks like the diner from. It's with Alan Tudyk. Here, I'll look it up. I'll find it for you. Resident Alien.
It is that's the show I was about to reference. I was gonna say, like, is he a cop of some sort and trying to figure shit out? Okay,
Diners
I
are like
have
an
not-
anchor to a show.
they are. Yeah, I haven't watched Resident Alien, but I've heard that it is really good. It's on my
So
list to watch.
It's excellent.
One of my nieces is a writer, and she has like she sends me like scenes and chapters that she's writing, and
Nice.
she has a diner that has now appeared in like some of her stories. I was like, oh, like in this show, and like she's like, I don't watch TV, but then I like talk to her, and it's like, you actually watch a lot of TV, and she's like, no, other people are in the room, and I'm like stuck.
And you watch what they watch. I've been there. I get
Well,
it.
I think the idea of the
I mean,
diner is a
it's
sort of
fine.
essential place for people to hang out, and in From,
Oh.
it's like the one place where everyone can get
Yeah,
together. It's a
like,
spooky space, right?
Oh yeah, like Sabrina, like the
Teenage Witch,
Yeah, well the new
the
Netflix
newer one.
version.
Which one?
Like,
Melissa Joan Hart
yeah.
or Netflix?
No,
The
Netflix.
Netflix.
Okay.
Yeah, Jack watched that
They
one.
have
Justin
like-
was-
I watched
like
most of that.
diner
I didn't
slash
finish it though.
bookstore. It
Oh
was,
yeah.
it was
Agreed,
good. I
Sarah.
mean, like,
The two aunts from the Melissa Joan Hart store.
Mhm.
Sorry, they came over for the show though, right?
there was an episode that like kind of there was an episode where like the two aunts from like that show. It's a little hard to explain, but yeah, it was
It's really cool.
like, I wouldn't say it was like a multiverse thing, but
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Jack really liked it. It was very dark. Like
Yeah, it
like
was
quite a
very
bit more
dark.
Yeah. When I was getting ready to watch it, my roommate was like, "Yeah, it's definitely fully dark."
Like
Um,
the way that they like incorporated Hecate was a little bit like not accurate, but hey, you know what? It's Hecate.
Oh, Percy's asking me, Heidi, who does it better in the costume department,
Oh.
GOT or HOD? Oh my God, that's so hard. Well, I have to go with GOT. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because they're the ones who, set
They set the
Michelle went,
standard.
yeah, they set the standard. She went around all the different, regions, and she sort of, decided on what the silhouette was and the color palette and everything. Whereas I think it's a lot easier for the House of Dragon people, even if though they're trying to set it, I think it's 170 years before. They have less work to do because a lot of the stuff has already been established. So they've got this world has already been decided. So
Well, and it's also like pretty, like, I mean, this season's expanding a little bit more, but it's mostly like military,
yeah.
and heraldry and
Yeah, and heraldry, yes.
Did you see? Oh God, I don't mean to go on another tangent, but did you see the fact that like George has like
Is that what you guys call him? Gurm?
Gurm.
Gurm. Yep.
Yes, no, I
GRRM.
get it. But is
Yeah.
that what really
It's
you guys
either
call him?
Gurm or
I don't-
Gur Martin.
I just call him. Yeah, I usually just call him George R.R.
Yeah, no, but like
Gurm.
Gurm, like in like
His
he had a blog
face?
post. So all the heraldry's fucked up because
Yeah.
it should be
Mm.
like 2 legs on the dragons. They have 4 legs.
Yeah, and he made them
You know
correct
What's weird
that.
about that though
Yeah.
is that someone was just posting this today, and I've shared pictures of this. Is that Varys? Who's Danny's brother? Viserys?
Yeah,
Viserys.
he's a Viserys.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he wears a doublet that has a 4-legged dragon
Does
on
he?
his. Yes.
Really?
And then
Okay.
Rhaegar
All
does
right.
as
I've
well.
never noticed
Alright.
that.
Well, because George was saying in his blog post, like it
Grr.
happened like maybe around like season 4 or
Seems like a
5.
weird thing to get hung up on.
I don't think so because there's very specific dragon lore that he has put down.
I'll send you
He's
the blog.
an executive producer.
Well, I mean, at some point, like, he's an executive producer in the sense that he put his name on the product and he gets a paycheck. Like,
Right,
not-
yeah,
he-
and
he
if
doesn't-
he
he
ha-
actually
if
doesn't.
he happens to want to look over something, he can request
Well,
it. But
yeah,
I don't think the protocol is for him to see
Well,
everything.
the
No.
Dragon Demands called it out like last season, like in season 1, he called it out. He said, "What's going on with the legs?" And
yeah.
I
Well,
was
but
like,
it was happening
Yeah.
in Game of Thrones since like season 4
Yeah,
or 5.
and I
Mhm.
looked it up at the time, and I was like, "Oh yeah, no, Viserys actually had it on his crest
Yeah,
on
or,
in
look.
season 1."
Yeah, I mean, like George made it like but also like George might have like saw it like later and been like, "Hey, dummies, it's too late."
Right.
Although like I could see like I mean,
Well, does the bird have 4 legs? This is a question.
no,
Does
The
it
question was,
represent-
the dragon had 4 legs plus wings. That's not
Plus
how
wings,
George
and those
designed
are-
those
yeah,
dragons.
like his dragons are like they have 2 legs and 2 wings.
And 2 wings.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his big thing is like, fantasy, like fantasy is fantasy, but it needs to have like some whatever reality.
Mhm.
So
I just thought it was weird that he did it in a public way, and
he's not
his name is on.
rude.
His name when you watch House of the Dragon, his name comes up right away. Him and Ryan. So it just seemed weird that he would do that rather than calling Ryan, going, "Hey Ryan." just thought
I'm
it was
sure
weird
he
about the dragons.
has. Honestly, like if you think
Yeah,
of the first time
possibly.
he's complained about it, like I guarantee, like, but he also like it wasn't him being like, "I'm pissed" and da da da. Like,
Mhm.
like
He was just commenting on it.
it's a comment and like and just him writing his blog post. Like,
Yeah,
I'll send it
well,
to you. Like, it's
because apparently,
reasonable. It's him like this is my gripe.
yeah,
Like,
because
I
apparently,
respect everything that they're doing, but this is my gripe.
yeah, according to the panel I saw, like where they had the costume designer and the weapons designer and so on, they were saying that there is one person who is I guess would be in the art department who does the sigils. And some people have complained about the sigils because they have been changed, like some of the colors have been changed. Like for instance, the high tower, they've changed the flame from like a kind of a bronzy color to a green.
But it always
And-
should have been green.
Because they're calling their banners or what have you. But like say for instance, Malister, I believe, like Malister was purple and they've changed it to blue. So, they've made some changes in the show. I noticed Strong, they put a hand in how Strong, it wasn't in the original sigil. So they've done some changes there. And then from there, I think once whatever they decide, this is the sigil, then everybody in the art department or the props department or costume department then follow that particular sigil, whatever it has. But there's some conversations that are taking place.
Yeah.
And the showrunner, like Ryan, he would be involved in all of those discussions, I'm sure. Because
Right.
everything would come by him. Like he was talking about how in season 1 with the costumes, like Jenny would like, here, Ryan, this is what I'm thinking. And, show him either historical pictures or mood boards or sketches or what have you. And then he would, that's what I was saying, like about a lot of this stuff that the showrunner sees this stuff. So it's not like it's all like it just happens in a vacuum. It doesn't. AK, you're being so quiet.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Sorry, I was looking at some
Yeah, the writers
connections
are
that I
deciding
have
it, but the
thing.
showrunner
So
is
sorry.
overseeing whatever is being happening.
Did Bex run away?
She is just
She went audio. I see. Now what?
Kirsty
What
thinks
I
there's
was
something behind
going.
it all. I don't know that there's anything nefarious going on there. I just think it's like,
You never know with this show.
it's hard.
I was
though.
going
Like, I have
to ask
say-
you though if I could post like a preview for the growing numbers I've been getting, which I know have been also thanks to like you and Meeks and
Of course
John
you can.
Boy.
Go ahead. You're gonna put
But
your-
what? No, I'm trying to fix it so I can get it on to run smoothly, but I haven't gotten there yet. That's why I was being quiet, trying to figure it out.
No problem. I sort of think this is back to the showrunner kind of has to be, it's not an enviable position to be in. But
No.
at the same time,
No.
you've done it. Like this is,
I mean, I would say, like, from what I kind of understood from like reading some stuff about like the whole change from like 4 legs to 2 legs and blah blah blah, like, it was a season from Game of Thrones that just had bucos visual effects and like somebody had some old design and it just kind of like went through, apparently like Starbucks or like like to-go cups like went through like in final episodes, like but at the point where it was so ingrained with like HBO, like I don't think even if Ryan Condal wanted to change it back to 2 legs, he could. Like
yeah.
HBO owns all that shit, and it's like it's like.
I guess for me, it's not that. It's personally for me, it's not really that big of a deal. Like I don't know, that's my personal feeling.
Yeah, I mean, and like, and you're to a certain degree, you're not wrong, but also at the same time, it's like, and George wasn't like sitting there like saying like fuck you Ryan Condal and fuck you Dan Dave and all these other people. He was just like, this is my gripe, and like, and just having conversation about like fantasy, as weird as it is, it has to be rooted in reality. Like
yeah. Now Kirsty's now asking. She keeps asking the difficult questions.
Oh, Kirsty.
Kirsty.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Thank you for being here, honey.
Who
we
does it better in
appreciate
the hair
you.
department?
You've been here for 3.5
GOT. I'll
hours.
let you guys decide. GOT or Hot D. That's hard. Well, I have to say, season 1 of Hot D, not good.
Not
Season
good at all.
2
That I think that's why I want to say Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Because season 2 have gotten better. 100%, I agree. But when you put it up against how everything with Game of Thrones was, Game of Thrones kind of got everything on point.
No.
Who? Okay, no, school me.
Oh,
Rhaegar's leg.
That wasn't season 1 though.
Yeah,
that wasn't season 1 though.
They repurposed his wig.
I mean, like,
no,
like that took the hair department down. Like that wasn't just like knocking.
Okay, so all right, hold on. Okay, so let me
down like 5 points. It was awful.
Okay, so let me add a little bit more context though. So when that scene with Rhaegar and Lyanna came in, what season was that? Like season 6, 7?
Yeah,
Okay, so Because for House of the Dragon, and I know because I was one of the ones of us YouTubers that was also saying, why did you give him this random ass bullshit wig? Like a lot of us, like what,
It was Viserys
when I did the fan casting for who could play Rhaegar, it was
Who was it?
I forget his name, but he was supposed to be getting ready to be a bigger player in the
It wasn't
Marvel
William Hemsworth.
no absolutely not. No,
one of the Hemsworths.
blasphemy.
Okay.
No, it was
The picture
he passed
that
away.
was going
He
around
passed
was-
away unexpectedly.
Oh, the Russian.
I
guy?
can't. Was he Russian? It was the guy that was supposed. No. That's Anton. No, totally different
Anton.
person. In the Marvel Disney Plus show for Moon Knight,
He
there
passed
was
away?
a character. No, not him. There was a character that was going to be in one of those episodes, and it was shortly after he shot that episode that he passed away. I cannot remember his name right now, but his name is very recognizable, and I know he was one that I was following going through some of these movies because he's very talented. But chat room, help me out if y'all remember that situation happening.
Yeah.
Regarding like the wigs, so someone posted recently a bunch of pictures of Daenerys Targaryen, played by what's her name?
Emilia Clarke.
Yes, Emilia Clarke, and her wigs were super on point. And I said they were each $6,000. Like they were natural human hair. They were very good quality, and they did an amazing job of it. They had it nailed down really early, I think. So, whereas I feel that season 1 of House of the Dragon, they really struggled, even with the Targaryens, and then. But I think what was the issue for me is that there were so many Targaryens in season 1, whereas in House of the Dragon, in Game of Thrones, we had. We had Cersei Lannister, and we had Ned Stark, and Robert Baratheon, and we had all these different houses. We weren't so focused on the silvery white hair as much, right? Whereas in House of the Dragon, we were. So it did really put kind of more of a spotlight on that. And and Cersei's wigs were very good. I think Ned Stark's wig was good. Robert's, everyone's wigs were good. Like some of the people, and then some of the people had natural hair. Like Sansa Stark had natural hair. And,
but then like the couple seasons she had a wig, it was terrible.
it was terrible.
Terrible.
Yeah. But the reason why they had to do the wig on her was because she was having problems with the coloring, and
right.
her hair.
Yeah,
it was
but
causing. She's
her
naturally
wig was-
blonde.
Yeah.
So but whereas season 1 and 2 is like natural I don't know about Catelyn. It must have been a wig as well, I'm sure.
Or she might have had extensions.
It could have been extensions. Marjorie's, I didn't like her wigs as much. Marjorie's, I thought her wigs looked a little bit.
Olivia
fried.
Cook, like she has extensions.
Yes, and her hair looks very beautiful. Very beautiful.
Yeah,
very
they did a
natural.
really good job with her hair.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But like I have like the same kind of texture hair, except I keep bleaching the shit out of my hair. So
I did a show years ago where we had to have a bunch of actresses with very long hair, and so what we did was we got what are called 3/4 cap falls, and so you put them in like kind of like a third the way through, and you can match the hair color very, very closely, and it was crazy how natural they looked. And so they would kind of go in your hair here, so you'd use the front of your hair, and then they would fall. That's why it was called fall. And they could be styled and everything, and they look so good. So I can't even imagine, like, especially if on a show like this of this caliber, what kind of quality they can use. Like, I'm sure it's natural hair or what have you. Emma Darcy's wigs are getting better now. Yeah, I agree. The one who I really noticed is Corley's. Like, and they've done this interesting thing with him.
Did so much better there.
Yeah, they've done this interesting thing with him. They've had his hairline kind of recede a little bit because it's interesting because the actor, aka maybe help me with his name,
Toussaint.
Steven
Steven
Toussaint.
Toussaint.
Mhm.
He's naturally bald, like, or trims his hair. I'm sure shaves his hair, so it's easy. And I did hear that Tom did also shave or trimmed his hair just for the wigs, so just to make it easier. So they did this slightly receding hairline, and it just looked so good and so natural. Whereas the first seasons I found, and Tony Teflon has said this before. Like, he likes to always say he gives the first season a bit of a break because it's like it's the first season. Things are, they're finding their way. The departments are all kind of figuring it out. But I really felt that Rhaena's hair was kind of an abomination in season 1. Like, I felt so bad for the actress.
Wait, Rhaena or Rhaenys?
Rhaenys.
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
Sorry,
Rhaenys is married to Corlys.
Sorry, no. Rhaena. Rhaena's hair.
Okay, Rhaena's
Rhaena's hair.
is
Rhaenys
Damon's
was
daughter.
bad too, but Rhaena's hair, she had like a mop on her head. She had like a
I've heard
mop
some
on her
people
head.
say
I was
that.
like, what the
Yeah.
fuck are you doing to this poor girl? She's this sweet little face, like it's really tiny, and then they put this mop on her head, and I don't know why. Whereas Vale had like kind of ringlets, which were, pretty, I thought were fairly attractive. But then Rhaenys, I should say, had this really weird, like, kind of thing.
I kind of liked. I liked Rhaenys.
Did you like it? It's supposed to be like a tiara.
I mean, it was weird.
It was
but
weird.
I liked it. I liked it.
It was like, after I kind of heard
It was
that
different.
it was supposed to be like a tiara, like a built-in tiara, I was like, okay, that's interesting.
We were talking about this one time. I tried to share a picture, but like for whatever reason, I can't like share my like images on StreamYard. But have you ever
Share screen on here?
Have you ever seen The Adventures of Baron Munchausen?
Oh, I love that movie.
Yes.
So like when they get to the moon and it's like the moon king and queen, like it kind of reminded me of how like their hair like was this like sculpted pillar that came out. That's what Rhaenys wigs reminded me of. But like
I'm sure there was some inspiration there. I just, so then this season they just kind of abandon it.
Oh
completely.
yeah, no, as they should. Like I liked it, but I also know it was like.
Well, this is the thing with anything. Like, I kind of, these are the people who are doing this job are creative people. They're makers, and I kind of like, it's funny because, Tatiana and I have had many chats about things like this. But one of the things that her and I have chatted about is that, like, say for instance in Game of Thrones when what's her name? Marjorie Tyrell. She wore like some weird, like super weird outfits. And Tatiana would say, well, she had in season 2, she wore this, we called it the burrito dress or the burrito outfit. And Tatiana would say, well, you know what? Like, at least she was going for it. Like, at least the costume designer went for it, And I'm like, okay, and so I'd be like, oh my God, the thing is so awful. But then I'd be like, Tatiana would say, well, at least she went for it. And I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? You kind of brought me back to it. You kind of made me think, okay, yeah, at least she went for it. And that's the thing. Like, I mean, these creators, these people who are like, even the two-footed sigil or the two-footed dragon sigil or the force, like these, like they're experimenting and they're playing and we as viewers might be like, oh, what the hell is that? But I have to give them credit for it. Like, I mean, I'm not on a show like that. Like, I'm not working on a show like House of the Dragon, and I have to give them props for it. I mean, the fact that we're just sitting around talking about the show is an amazing thing in itself, right? That we're chatting about this show, that we love this property and we're excited by it. And I always say when I do my videos, when people say, why are you saying something negative about it? I always say it's because it's like a child. I'm being a little bit harder on it than I would be on,
Right.
you know, I'm being a little bit harder on it because I have such high expectations for it. But yet I still love it. It's not that I don't love it. I just feel like I'm just feeling a little bit like I expect more from it than it's providing me.
Right. And like there's
I
a
get
big
that.
difference between people who like hate
So
watch
true.
stuff and like
hate watch. Yeah.
where
Yeah, very true.
and
Very true.
even you know, and even though like Game of Thrones, I know disappointed a lot of people towards the and I definitely was someone like at some point I was like, I love the books and you're fucking up the books, but weirdly, like I wasn't as upset by the end as most people were, but also because I was like,
Game of Thrones.
Yeah, because I was like this is what they led us to. Like I wasn't surprised, and you know I don't know, but you know. There's also it's like you know like without like you know like critiquing art and not to say like every television show is art, but you know we're talking about like high fantasy where it's like it's elevated, like it's elevated costumes, it's elevated hair, it's elevated story, it's elevated fucking dragons, like you know like why not talk about it? And you know, if it's bad, like you know, like
it's funny. It's funny that you're talking about this because one of the things, and AK and I did a live stream about it. I like, for instance, Lord of the Rings, the news. Hi, sweetheart. Lord of the Rings, the new show is coming out shortly, and people are like,
season 2,
complaining about complaining, and I'm always like, oh, you know what? This is so great that we have 2 huge fantasy shows, or like Wheel of Time, or what's the other one that I liked? There was another show that I really liked that got canceled, and I'm always like, you know what? Like, there's tons of room for these shows. There's tons of room to have these fantasy shows, and we should be embracing it. And the fact that, like, because you think about, like, when I was in high school or, you know, college even, fantasy was not given any kind of, you know, recognition or respect. And so the fact that, yes, thank you, Shadow and Bone. It's such a great show. I'm so sad it was canceled. It was such a great show.
Is it coming back?
Bad Habit by Netflix.
Oh, good.
It's been canceled.
Oh,
Shadow and Bone.
Oh, well, yeah. Netflix fucking sucks.
I mean, it had Prince Caspian and everything. Terrible.
Yes. So I always say, you know what? And like Indie Geek, who I'm a big fan of his channel.
Robert, he's awesome.
Robert is lovely. He's always he's super supportive of fantasy shows, fantasy movies, and I just think that we should, you know, we're like nerds. We should surround it, and we shouldn't, like, you know, I know
100%.
Alicia, you and I did a live stream, and I hope we can do more about the new Lord of the Rings series.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
There's some people in the fandom who are just, you know, effing toxic. I just think it's a shame. Very
true. You're correct. And the way we navigate them is to just ignore them and make sure you hit that Jenny from the block button. And the algorithm will take care of the rest.
Hitting the block.
Oh wait, Heidi also check the chat private messages, por favor. I'm sorry, Bess, what was you about to say, girl?
Of course.
No, I'm reading the.
Yeah, go ahead, Alicia. I was just.
Well, no. I'll wait till the end. I don't want to cut anything off.
Okay, I was gonna say that. Who was it? Kirsty says, "Does anyone know what the necklace Alicent wore in season 1 was? Bronzish with a 13 little acorn type things hanging off the chain. What were the 13 to 14 things? Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, like I know that it did look nice on her. That's all I remember.
So I know some of the jewelry is from Ottoman Ottoman hands. And I don't know, there was not a lot of information about the jewelry, so unfortunately I couldn't really comment on it. Oh, what's this about Joseph is not playing Adar this season? Oh, I know. That's real. I know, and he's of course from Game of Thrones.
Ah.
I really like the animated Dragon Prince show on Netflix. Season 6 just came out. I don't know that show. Do you guys know that
Dragon
show?
Prince. I do not.
I do not.
What kind of show is it? It sounds like it
It's
might be a mystical K-drama type
By
series.
the way, I'm watching I started watching what's it called? Oh Jesus. Something Bandits.
All right, they're saying Uncle Benjamin. Is that a show that Uncle Benjamin actor is in?
Uncle Benjamin, yes.
Is it Time Bandits?
Time Bandits.
It's Taika
Wait,
Waititi's new show.
Take it with
okay, wait. Did he like remake the old TV?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
I didn't know that.
Like, I don't think he's I don't quite think, like, I might be inspired by.
It's inspired by,
Okay.
yes. So it's
Okay.
it's Jermaine Clement.
Right.
Oh, that's
Is, like-
yeah, that's damn it, what was the name of his group? The Flying Concords.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
I like him.
then Taika Waititi is, I think, the showrunner, and he's directing it, and he's also in it, and Jermaine Clement's also in it.
Oh, that's cool.
But
It's on Apple.
it's on Apple. It's
Yeah.
Yo,
awesome.
Apple has such a surprise plethora of awesome shows.
I'm really enjoying it. So it's like, one a week.
Yeah.
It's one of that's what I think. One of the things I like about Apple is they do one episode a week. They don't do the
They keep this. They
don't
leave
put
room
that
for
up.
the suspense and
Yeah,
talk
so you can
and
just-
talks. Yeah.
Yes,
So,
Time Bandits. Thanks,
are
guys.
you telling me, like, it's
I
fine?
mean, okay. I mean, look. Okay, so we might need to go ahead and go half on that subscription, Bex,
Well,
and get that together.
My mom and I, because, like, like everybody, like,
It be like that.
our subscriptions. and
Yeah.
Mom and
I
were
mean,
just-
honestly, I feel like at this point, if y'all want us to go back to cable, just say that, because we
you know
cannot
what?
afford 30 different subscription
considering
things,
what
bruh.
I pay for my, like, cable internet, like, I might as well, like, just have cable.
Yeah, the only thing I pay for extracurricular is my interwebs, because that's where I watch everything.
Right. I mean,
It's
yeah.
wild. The economy is so crazy right now. But
Yeah.
where did Heidi go? Oh, she's
said-
on a break.
Verb.
I see it. Yeah,
She's
yeah.
the Yeah, I like Apple's the one, like, I finally
Hey, natural.
oh, I did get fucking Amazon.
Mhm.
Which
I like Amazon Prime.
I think it's a bad like, the interface is bad, like their originals, like, other than their, like, like, high level originals, like, everything
Really?
else is like crap. Like,
See, I've gone through like a lot of the catalog, and there's been a few almost like indie things that I've really enjoyed, but they always fly under the radar, so
Right.
not a lot of people find out about them. So yeah, I totally get.
well, and
why you would feel
Amazon,
like that.
like, and they also fuck all those filmmakers over. Like, they still
So,
don't.
yeah, I've heard that
have a
too,
problem.
which is fucking wild, because Bezos, my guy, do you not have enough money though? You're literally building a spaceship so you can get to space faster than the other overly rich pricks.
So I was in Florida. While
I need to mute, but I am listening. Continue.
I was in. Oh my god, it's just me. Hi. Well,
I will be back.
I was. Oh my god, like. Guys, what, like, chat? What should I talk about?
You can. I think you can talk about anything, but again, the rum is strong. I must relieve my bladder.
I know. I had to do that earlier. So I oh my god. I'm like yeah, now I'm writing the show. It's a little bit scary. Oh, one show I really love on HBO, or Max or whatever the fuck. I really love the show Hacks. If you haven't seen Hacks, like it's a pretty easy watch. It is not Jean Triplehorn. Like God, the wine is strong on my end too, but you know, it's basically kind of like a Joan Rivers, like Vegas comedian, like finally get like she's getting pushed out and then she gets paired up with this like young writer, and it was such a good show. Oh my god. All right, card reading. All right, Jackie. Hold on. Let me get my cards. I have so many decks. Jackie, give me a question, not a yes or no question, but you know, what are you, something simple yet specific. Yeah, Hacks is so fucking good. I'm definitely wearing like my good tarot reading outfit. Although I've never read tarot in this caftan before. This is a very new caftan. I got it off Instagram. Oh my god. All right. So, kitties. I did this thing. So for a while, I was really involved with like history of Westeros. And I guess I still am, but I'm just like no longer on YouTube. But I was doing I did this little series, like I was doing tarot readings for like various characters in the books, and they were shockingly accurate when I was doing it. So my like I did one for Sansa where like basically it was like she definitely was being isolated against her choice. And definitely tarot card reading predicted a baby.
Are you guys doing tarot readings now?
I'm doing tarot reading for Jack.
Amazing.
So
By the way,
really quick.
Mink is saying I'm watching the Midwich Cuckoos.
Oh,
Which is Village of the Damned, right?
Yeah.
It's on HBO. I have to check that out because I love John Wyndham, who's the author. He also did the what's the other show he did? Let me look it up. Day of the Triffids, I think.
Okay, Jackie. All right. Ooh. So, Jackie, your first card is the Fool. So, something, you're about ready to literally like jump off a cliff. But we'll do the whole thing before we get like to your next card is the Chariot. So like so far, like all signs are like, all like full speed ahead. But the chariot is also a little bit like you have to like put the work in as well. Next card. You have the Page of Wands. All right. The Page are like the hardest cards for me to like explain, but Wands are about like passion and creativity. It's like it's the element is fire. This could very possibly be like, you know, somebody that you are actually like going to be coming into connection with. I have one more card for you. Jackie. You got the two of cups. Oh my god. Jackie.
Do tell.
Two cups is like the cup of union. Like she wanted reading about her love life. So, you know, like this is if you want a love life reading, like this is like one of the best cards to get.
Oh, amazing, Jackie.
Okay, Jackie. Okay, see, you know, we gonna take it back to Men on Film, you know, with that in living color vibe, you know, three
like,
snaps up in the Z formation.
So, you
Yes,
know, like, there's going to be a little bit that's happening. You're going to feel reckless. You're going to be like feeling a little bit foolish, but also you were going to be like very like driven forward in this endeavor. Like, and like, it's not just like you're going to like be moving forward for no reason. The chariot's all about purpose. So, and then, I'm sorry, like the pages are the hardest cards for me to like kind of like describe it. Like pages are like, can either be interpreted as like messengers. Pages are also like, you know, kind of like the younger, very inquisitive souls. So like, you know, I think like it's somebody like you're gonna like come across somebody who's like very passionate but like might not know what their direction quite is. I think you're, you know, gonna kind of like come together and like with the chariot, it's gonna be kind of a good push pull kind of thing. And but yeah, like you're gonna ooh. All right.
Muy interesante.
So Mink has a question. So Tara's not great for like yes, no, but we'll
sorry, Mink.
Yeah. Very sorry. Like it's a very tough economy, but hopefully like we'll find something to give you a little bit of guidance. And usually like I will say like I've had an entire bottle of wine and I know don't read under these circumstances, but you know, take this for entertainment, a little bit of, you know, because like, you know, tarot can be predictive, but it's more
Jackie, you have to let us know if anything
yeah,
happens.
you do.
If that runs up.
Yeah.
Also, Heidi, if we are clear after Becks gives this next reading.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hit the vid.
Yeah,
and,
I'll have to,
yeah,
I'll
'cause
have to leave
it is still a
because-
school night, yeah. So
It's a
I
school
do
night.
have to.
know.
I do have to get to bed soon.
Yeah, me too.
We owe it out here, y'all. Don't judge us.
Yeah. No. We'll not to rush it, but
Mhm.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely not.
yeah.
like we'll do
Take
it.
your time. Take your time.
It's a tool, not.
It-
I don't know.
yeah, no, it's a tool. Like it,
Yeah,
you know,
it's like astrology.
And I think, like, you know, like, even for you, Jackie, it's like, I think, like, at some point, like, you have to take a plunge. You have to, like, take the risk. Like, that's, like, what the Fool card is saying. It's like, you know, like, the dude's not going, like, the dude is not going to, like, present himself to you. Like, I think you have to, like, you're going to have to take a lead. Of course, Jackie.
And it's like, it's funny, Bex, is because you're wearing your caftan. And, you know, I did a play years ago where we had a soothsayer who was wearing a caftan and she had a turban and, and a crystal ball. So you kind of remember.
Oh,
that.
you know, I mean, I would like, I've tried like scrying, like reading with. Ooh, no, no. All right. All right. All right, Mink.
Chalky. What? Oh, Mink, would you mind explaining that to me? Do you guys know what that means? Chalky's my fave. This is a drinky poo stream, so I'm a little tired.
Yeah, no, it is a little bit of a drinky poo stream.
Drinky poo. Our lovely ladies from down under are, it's
Oh
early
yeah,
morning
no,
for
it's
them.
like they're like, oh, it's
They're
daytime.
just getting up.
So first card that we got is like the Hierophant. The Hierophant, like, kind of like layman term, like, it's kind of like the Pope, or like a Pope-like figure. It's like, but it also represents, like, I don't know, like, are you a teacher or are you in a position where you might need further education? Or are you, are you an educator, or are you in a position where, like, in your career, like, further education would be better for you?
Oh, interesting. So who are you doing the reading for?
I'm doing this for Mink right now.
Mink, okay.
And then we have, like, the Three of Wands, which is, so it's kind of hard to see, but, like, Three of Wands is like, things have already, like, been, like, sent out into the world. And you're kind of, like, watching things grow. And again, like, not knowing exactly what you're doing in life, and, you know, but, oh, my cat's throwing up hairball.
Aww.
But I guess, like, to, like, the positive side of it is, like, you know, like, the fact, like, even though, like, you know, work right now is, like, not good, like, you've already put, like, you know, like, your expertise, like, things are growing, like, you know, like, it might be a little bit passive, like, that's the thing. Like, so the next card we have is the Eight of Swords. This card, like, basically, like, there's probably a lot of, like, self limitations that are being put, that you put on yourself. But, like, the funny thing about, like, the Eight of Swords, it's like, this is all self-imposed. Like, it's kind of like you need to get out of your own way. Like, you need to, like, or not even like you need to get out of your own way. Like, you need to, not, you need to stop holding yourself back. And, like, and that kind of makes sense with, like, you know, like these are both cards that aren't looking at anything. So it's like you have stuff out in the world, just don't be passive about it. Like, you know.
Bex, by the way, your cards are beautiful.
Oh yeah,
You-
this is a beautiful deck.
They're gorgeous.
Indeed.
Mink,
the
is
last
this making
card-
sense to you?
Is strength. So, you know, like regardless of everything's going on, like you have a lot of strength, you're going to get through it.
Oh yeah, I am getting ready.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jackie.
But I did see
Holding
like
on here.
Uber in the chat. So next time we do this, I'll bring my Game of Thrones cards.
Oh, that's very cool.
That will be interesting
mean,
to see.
The only problem is like I disagree with a lot of them. I was like, this is not.
Mink is
I
saying
only want. Oh,
Mink is
really?
saying it's scarily so.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah.
I would never take like a reading like this like super seriously, like, you know. But this thing about like tarot, it's like it hits on like a lot of like universal truths, but you know, but some cards come up together at the same time, and it's like cards never lie.
Mm-hmm.
It's just how you like. It's how you decide to interpret them and deal with them. So
That's awesome.
yeah. Oh my god, Heidi! It's been a long time since we had a stream this long.
We should. I know. And normally I'd be cool with it. It's just I have to get up early
But-
tomorrow.
right. It is school night. So if you would allow the melody.
Of course, I will allow my lady.
Yes, I have been actively campaigning to get the numbers running up, and Heidi and Bex have also helped with that.
Yes.
And so
Yes.
for the outro of this stream, first and foremost, thank you guys for joining us. It's always
and
a
we're
fun
trying to-
ride.
And Alicia, did you want to talk a bit about how you're close to 1,000?
Yes, I am. My last check on the numbers is I was at 913.
Oh
That's
wow!
awesome.
And yes, and that's just from like Sunday. It's climbed
So
up pretty
good.
high. So
You have a
we're
great
trying to jump
community.
through. We do. We always
have a great
have a lot of
community over
fun. We always have a lot of
you
fun in
do.
the
It's
chats.
really fun being on there.
So indeed, I hope you guys will come over too. I know Jackie C been over there. I hope some of you other guys will come and check us out. And in that spirit, we will go on. Like we said, it is school night, and we are of the older folk, so we do have to go. But
we are on
before
the,
we leave,
plus
let me
5
give
years.
you a little enticement, maybe to come over and chat with Heidi. You'll also see Heidi and Bex there periodically
sure.
for these stream discussions. And hit us up, AK Watch. I'm pretty sure Heidi has the links down below. If not, check her Twitter. I know she always puts them in there. And with that, though, we will go ahead and get on this outro, and we will bid you adieu. Thank you for hanging with us all.
There you go. Go
What-
ahead.
Yes, I'm about
There's
to
a
play now.
fire.
Yes, and again, if we don't see you right after, because I think we're going to cut, because we all definitely have to go to bed. And yeah, indeed, we will check you
Mama's
guys later.
sleepy.
Thank you again for hanging with us all.
And yo, it's the House of the Dragon Season 2 light. Hop on Alicia, Kingston channel, take flight. Green Queen, Black Queen, let's ignite. In the era where the Targaryens rule tight. Queens got the throne, steaming in the dark. Black is showing claws, dragons in the park. Kings and drama, secrets in the chambers. Serpents in the realm, only fire can tame us. Queen on the queen side, hands blood stained. Promises broken, power unchained. But the Black's got strategy, dragons in flight. Night means day, reign supreme by night. Queen on the queen side, hands blood stained. Promises broken, power unchained. But the Black's got strategy, dragons in flight. Night means day, reign supreme by night. Soulful whispers, crowns clash and bones. Medieval battles, blood, fire, stones. Queens of fierce and hard. Dragons holding terror.